Hello, hello. Welcome to stream. As you can see, the 100th stream of Shakedown Rally. I did announce it at 10 p.m., but now it's already 10:30, so I'm sorry about that. I was actually explaining on Twitter what was how my replay system worked, so that took me a little bit of time. Yeah, let me also get my charger so that the phone doesn't get run out, so that I lose the chat. All right. So yeah, this stream is going to be a little bit of a recap of the entire journey of the Shakedown Rally. How I started, where I'm going. So, and then I'm going to do a little bit of Monty modeling, going back to it, and actually just checking out if everything works because I updated Blender. And yeah, let's see. I was thinking maybe I should publish the new version as well, but I'll see, maybe after the stream. Okay, give me just a moment. All right, I'm done with everything, sharing and stuff. Okay, so let's start. I have a little bit of coffee. I don't want to go too hard on coffee; it's too late. But yeah, it should keep me through. Okay, so welcome to the stream. As I have said, just a moment. Yeah. Okay. Hello. And welcome to the stream again. The 100th, the anniversary. It's not an anniversary. Is it an anniversary? It's a jubilee. That's what it is. An anniversary suggests that it's a year or something, but it's not actually a year. It's a little bit over a year. I actually have no idea when I started, but yeah, I would have to look into like my Twitch history or something. Well, they don't actually save videos anymore. But anyway, yeah. So why is this not capitalized? There it is. So yeah, this file that I was showing on each of the streams, right, on the beginning of all the streams, it actually goes back. It goes back all the way to the first stream. And yeah, and then there was a moment at 39th stream where I started actually using To Do Plus, this this extension for VS Code, and this is also one of the most frequently asked questions. Is like, what do you use? What do you use for this to do? Yeah, it is an extension called To Do Plus, by the way, and it's great. But yeah, before that, I just had these like, yeah, I used basically, it used to be just a markdown file, and I think it wasn't a streams to do, it was a MD. So this is why I had this, and that actually this strike through worked in markdown files. But you know, it actually works in To Do, which is interesting. So it supports markdown as well. And yeah, that is why this is like grayed out. And if I go all the way back, stream 4, stream 3, stream 2. Oh, okay, there is no stream number 1. What was stream number 1? I wonder. I have no idea. And I just unplugged my phone for some reason. Let me plug it back in. Yeah, I don't actually remember what the first stream was. And I'm not sure I even have the record of the earliest streams. Because it was all... because it was... yeah... Yeah, because those were forever lost on Twitch, and I didn't save them in time, and I think it wasn't until maybe 10th or 12th, 15th that I started actually saving them to YouTube or something like that. So yeah, well, let's see the little recap. But the thing is that I have no idea when I started, but maybe if I go to the Explorer, what's the date of creation? Date modified. No, where's the creation date? Date created. Oh, date created 26th February. No, this is definitely incorrect. Did I maybe pull this from Git? It can be 26th February because I published the game in January during the Monty. During Monty, this is where I published the game. So yeah, it was January. It was for sure January. I don't know. Yeah, but maybe it was the change of MD. That was when I changed to the MD to do, and maybe it's thought, oh yeah, you actually created this day. So yeah, I don't have the actual start date, but you can see that a lot of files actually are start in 2020. Pre-make I started using later, but yeah, I have this git ignore as well. But the thing is that which one is this? SLN was from 9th. Actually, it is likely that I started in September. So September is actually when I started working on the engine. Yeah, hello Kizo. MMDDYYY's date format. Yeah, actually, I'm just used to it. Yeah, it is terrible. I agree. I don't actually know how you can set Can I actually can I actually set the Windows wide format? Okay, let's see. Date. Can you change the date format or something? Time, date settings. I remember there was like time, date. Change the time and date formats. Okay, there it is. Short date. 17/4. I guess I should go with 17/4, right? It's weird that it doesn't tell you MMDD. It just tells you. Okay, so I guess 4/5 is month day. It's weird that they're using these numbers and not like 17/4. They use a day for 17th to be clear that it's a day, but here they don't. So that's strange. Okay, anyway, if I change to, oh my god, what? Oh no, this is the year 17/4/5. Yeah. So can I actually can I make the 5 first? No. Okay. Gregorian. Oh, a Gregorian, and there's no other options. First day of the week. Oh, first day of the week is actually Monday. Long date. Wednesday, 5th of April. Okay. What? There is no get help. Oh no. It's opening some bullshit thing. We're here to help. No, please. Okay. Can you change Windows change? Thank you for this date format to DD. Press Windows key I to bring up the settings menu. Go to time, language, language and region. The language and region. Okay. Language and region. I guess I need language and region. No. Region. Change the dates and time formats. Region settings. Okay, country or region. Uzbekistan. Okay, let's find. But I hope it's not gonna change the language. Windows and apps might use regional format. Current format. What is the, okay. I don't want to put regional format data. Oh, okay. Here it is. That's it. Okay, let's actually switch to, okay, country or region. Well, yeah. Oh fuck. I think there could be a problem because it might also change the comma instead of dot. Great. Serbian. Oh, it's at the bottom. Regional format. Some apps may need to be closed and reopened. Oh no, I don't want to have it in Serbian. So maybe just go with English, but not in American Samoa. No, that one is still using the American. Let's just go with United Kingdom. Oh, you can have English in Germany as well. English in UK. Yes. Okay, good. Good. 16.1. There it is. That's it, I guess. Yeah, let's actually not change this. Fuck, I now change this. Can I undo? No, of course not. Why would you? I don't know. It was United. I'm afraid that something is gonna change dramatically. Okay. Well, at least it has changed the. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, there it is. 23rd 9. Okay. This has got to be the worst UI decisions in the entire Windows 10. It is, absolutely. I don't know what was right. And the worst thing is that they still have, you say like open sound settings. It opens this fancy thing. Oh, and it even flashes. Great. Test your microphone. Cool. It's working. But then you say sound control panel, and it opens this Windows 95 options, right? And this is actually the panel where you can do stuff. Like this is where you can disable devices, enable devices, and everything. Like that's the stuff that matters, and this is just fluff, you know. Anyway, that's the worst thing about Windows. Anyway, but yeah, I understand that their decision was to change it because of like touch screens and stuff, so that you have big buttons and yeah. Well, anyway, Windows is just this giant. You know, it is actually surprising that they're keeping it compatible with everything, right? Oh, this is something that you should not be reading. Because it's for the future release. I mean, there's nothing compromising. It's just that it's not finalized. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, it's surprising that they've kept so many things compatible with previous versions. That is what I tried to say. So you can find everything in Windows 11, probably stuff that worked in the oldest, Windows. Anyway, yeah. So let's do a little recap. So yeah, by the way, the reason why I have this cover is also because, well, for two reasons. This was the first image that I used, so it's kind of nostalgic, right, on my streams. And yeah, the one that I was when I was working on Monty, and yeah, when I started working on when I started streaming Shakedown, it was actually about making the Monty map, of course, the Monte Carlo Rally inspired track. And I started doing this, I think, in December 2022. So a year and a little bit, right? Because I remember because I wanted to finish the track for Monte Carlo Rally that year, and so I was for 1 month I was working on this track, and I released it just after the Monte Carlo Rally. Actually, I wanted to make it before, but yeah, of course, timelines. Sorry, I mean like. It never works out. You always push the release. But anyway, so yeah, and the other reason is that I do want to come back to it today, to the Monty map, and kind of see first if this is going to work. Yeah, so a little bit of a recap, and then we're gonna do the Monty. We're gonna say return to Monty. Okay, and that's gonna be a little bit of a checkout. Check out if Blender exporting still works because I moved to 4.0 now, to 4.0 Blender, and I do have to check out if GLTF and everything works. The prepare for shakedown thing. And then one of the things that I wanted to do is actually make trees collidable. Make trees collidable, because those were never done. The trees were never collidable. And I always pushed back, like, okay, I'm gonna do it at some point, but then yeah, I didn't. So yeah, as I was saying, it's a short trip back to the past, as that Formula One commented journalist would say. Let's see. So the first stream, I don't have a record of it. There was something happening there. And then I was actually showing off the Drive project, which I think was just a basic. I didn't have even a map. It was this tiny thing that I was working in. Yeah, it was just a very, very basic car that you can drive around. I don't think I have any. I don't think I have any thing I can show, but I can maybe dig it out in like, I don't know, I can maybe search for like, what the fuck? Okay. I was hoping this is Beeple. Am I even following this guy anymore? I don't know. But anyway, I'm sorry about that. I knew something like this never happens, but it had to happen during the stream. If I look for C++, maybe I can find something. And I think it was, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is old. Spent the whole day on the crazy bug I had, but I managed to add nicer smooth camera control, some brake lights. This was from June last year. No! Wait a minute. It was from 2022. Wait a minute. When did I actually work? Band. Yeah, great. Cool. Oh, wait. So, wait a minute. Now, then I maybe forgot. Wait, I was working on Monty 2 years ago, not last year. Yeah, my God, I completely forgot about this. Okay, let's see how far back. Oh, there it is. January 2022. So it was 2 years ago. Oh my God, this is when the streams actually started. Uh, engine stream. Yeah, this was actually the particles. X particles, I say. So this is where I was working on getting the particles to work. That was January 2022. And you know what? I remember now. I was planning to release Shakedown for. I was planning to release Shakedown for Monte Carlo Rally in 2022, not 23. And then I didn't do it because there was so many things to be done. And so I was basically working one more year on the game. But yeah, I was working on Podvarak as well and other stuff. But yeah, let's see what's going on. Yeah, this is now February 2023. And yeah, this is how much it took, right? This was January 2022. I had these particles. And then there is like 2023, it says engine now finally supports blended transparency. This is where I was doing my first implementation of blended transparency, okay? It was here. And then it took me a year to actually get it to work because I remember I had some weird issue that I think the issue was about, it was not about sorting, but it was about depth culling. So the transparent things wouldn't work because something was like drawing on top of them. And then it took me a year. Well, okay, I wasn't working on transparency all the time, of course, but just showing you. Okay, and then there was also, oh, that was in July 22. Yeah, the timeline is so shady in my head. I had a feeling like it took me like 2 months to work on Monty, but it took me a year. Wow. Okay. Yeah. And voila, scope creep, here we go. Yeah, but I do have nighttime in the game now. Is this post relevant to your search? I'm a pro now. Oh, this is when I started working on the engine. This was one of the first, I remember. March 15, 2020. Yeah, I think I just started working on the engine a few days before that. And yeah, and this was when I actually added IMGUI for the first time in the engine. It was, yeah, there was a couple of basically a couple of days after I started, and you know, I just made this implementation of like colored fog, which is exactly the same one that I still use in the game, which is funny, and I still even have this little segment. That's crazy how long something persists in the engine, right? It was just. Yeah, I still have this color picker for both the ambient lights, and it was only a few days into the engine, right? If I open the latest version, oh, let me just shut down the sound. On my computer, as usual, And you can still find in, if I go into scene uniforms, there it is. Here are the colors, and you can still change these colors. And they basically they basically do the same thing. If I want to recreate something like from that view, then it should be something like this. Look at that. And then yeah, I could just reduce the fog radius to make it look like the engine. Now this is a challenge. Wow. Now play it like this, right? Really bad weather conditions. Yeah, I should also implement weather at some time. This is where you should really listen to your, co-driver. Oh, damn. A little tree I hit. Even if I know the road by heart, it's still... Okay, this is where I need to brake for the left turn. Wow, okay. And then brake for the left turn. This is basically like Iceland today, right? With the lava and everything. This is the weather conditions in Iceland. Anyway, yeah, as you can see, I still have those same parameters that I had a couple of days into it. Yeah, this is what I was looking for, actually. I was looking for this. This is where I started working on the rally game, basically. So I had this engine which was like, oh yeah, I can look at stuff, I can load things, I can load models. And then I was like, wait, how hard would it be to like add physics? And I added physics, blah, blah, blah. And then I said, okay, well, what if I make a rally game? Because I already made a rally game in Godot at that time. And I was like, yeah, let's make a rally game in my engine. And I didn't really plan that I'm going to make a whole game, until today. But then it happened, I started working on this thing and I realized, wait a minute, that's not that complicated. But as you can see, January 22, that was 2 years ago. Anyway, oh yeah, Happy New Year directly from the stream. Oh my god, I spent one Happy New Year on the stream itself. What? Why does it say? Oh, because this is Serbian New Year, January 14th. Yeah, and this is where I was also working on the particles, getting the particles to work. Wow, I didn't even know that they're 2 years old now. I kind of compressed 2 years into 1 year in my head. How long did it take you to learn enough CPP to be able to make an engine like this? Is this OpenGL? Says Cloudless Studio. Yes, this is OpenGL, and it is, well, basically how I started was a friend of mine, Shah. He told me, we had these discussions about, for a while, we were discussing about Unity and C++, Unity and how terrible it is and stuff. And he told me, you should try C++. It's not that difficult. And I was like, okay. And then COVID started, basically, it was March. When did March 2020, right? COVID started. And then I wasn't moving out of the house. And I was like, you know what? Basically, let's try making a little thing. And he actually told me about this guy, the Cherno, which the YouTube channel, and he has an OpenGL series. And I just kind of started implementing stuff that he was showing off. But I remember I maybe watched him for like 2 or 3 days, and then from there I continued. I just realized how things work. Because once you realize that OpenGL is like this stack process, I mean, it's like a state machine where you like bind things and do your stuff. And then, of course, the C++, I mean, the quirks of C++, that's something you learn along the way, that you can't push things into a vector because it's going to get resized and moved and and everything is going to break. And yeah, it was a bit painful in the beginning, but then you realize these things, and it becomes a lot easier to think about the whole thing, about memory and about pointers. And yeah, I don't know, but it took me I don't know, it took me maybe a month to get familiarized with how things work, kind of the basics, so I can do things. But yeah, anyway, oh, this is the new stuff. Yeah, this is the particles that I was showing off. Stream. Oh yeah, stream. I used the hashtag stream as well. Added particle blending and sorting since the stream last night, when it was January 2022. Um, it will be hopefully be shorter when I'm finally going to add the particles into driving. I said I'm gonna add the particles into the driving game, but the truth, yeah, I didn't have the name of the game. The name of the game came last year. Came in January last year. When I was putting it on itch, I was like, how the hell do I call it? So yeah, Shakedown didn't exist. It was just calling the driving game, and it's still called the Drive here. N-Engine Drive. That's where my thing is, my code is for the game, the project files basically. Yeah, and basically, oh yeah, this was one of the first ones of driving. Where we are going, we don't need third-party game engines. Yeah, January 2022, right? But yeah, that was way early. That was right. That was I wasn't planning to release for that Monte Carlo rally. I was planning to release for 2023. But it's still, you see the N engine. It still had the same things. It still showed the draw calls, and it looked basically the same thing, very similar 2 years ago. But the code was like, I don't know, 10% of what I have now. So yeah, this was, and I still have basically the same post-processing shader and the same pixelization and everything. So yeah. Anyway, what else? Oh, look, some mountain holes, finally starting to look decent in June of 2022. So this was like 6 months apart, right? This thing, the Cybertruck, which I made previously for like a PSX inspired game, and some mount. Yeah. By the way, I do have to say, oh yeah, right. This was one of the first versions of Monty, right? And it didn't even have tunnels. As you can see, it was just like procedural road on a crude mountain mesh, and I wasn't connecting. And this is where the bridge is now. So there are like these big pillars, right? And at that time, it just went like this. Really kind of interesting to see. And then with the adding of the tunnels, this is how it looked. But this was before I had. This was before baking of the light maps, of course. So at the time, I didn't know how to do. Oh, by the way, the particles looked terrible because they were not transparent. They were cut out. They used test transparency, as we would call it. Yeah, this looked way more like a PSX game or something because it didn't have any shadows in the tunnels. And that was when? That was in June, right? So it did take me 6 more months to finish it. On last night's stream, added another UV layer. Oh yeah, this is where I was actually testing baking into the light maps. And this where I was baked a really bad light map. You can spot the shadow being cast. UV layer. Yeah. So this is where I was trying to use another UV layer to store the light map, which I didn't end up doing. I ended up saving the light map into a vertex color. So there is another layer of vertex color that is actually for the for the layers. This is something else. Oh yeah, this is. Oh, by the way, I was watching in June 2022. I was watching Rally Monte Carlo, and then I added my car. Look at that. That actually was at that time. I didn't have any sound. No, there is no sound. Yeah, this is just me drifting. But if you know, it's not that much different, right? I did work, of course, a lot on the handling. The handling was awful at that time, but you can almost see the controls are slightly similar, right? Anyway, uh, and oh, look at that! This is something I haven't seen in a while. Sweden, which I haven't published yet. And then this is the new stuff, and yeah, this is with all the. This is how it looks today. Oh, this is with movable rigid bodies. Nice. Okay, so yeah, this is not. This is nothing to do with. Oh, this is improving the optimizing the loading of assets. But yeah, this is not chronological, by the way, as you have noticed probably. And yeah, this is also one of the early streamings. Oh, look at that, beautiful. Oh, this is learning C++, right? I keep forgetting. Yeah, here you asked me about C++. I keep forgetting that you can't simply concatenate with plus integer in C++. So if you write a string plus integer, right, in C++, like you have, you know, if you had like a char star something string, and then you said like my string plus 1. Well, this actually doesn't work. But I think you can actually printf this if you can't printf. Yeah, you can't printf it. And this is why this is terrible. Because this is exactly what you would do in C#. You would do like console string plus 1. And the thing is that this is not a string. This is a constant character. And what happens here is that this acts, because this is an array type, well, that's the thing. In C and C++, there are no array types. Well, not thinking about standard arrays. But what happens is that this is treated like a pointer. And what happens then is that with plus 1, you're actually offsetting, you're actually doing pointer arithmetic. You're offsetting the my string, and what happens is that instead of this printing my string, it's gonna print y string. You know, basically it's gonna print this, right? And that is because you're offsetting you're offsetting the pointer of my string by 1. This is what happens, and then you just printf. And this is exactly what happened here, because this is a for loop, and I'm like plus integer, right? So this is without the first, without the second, without the third, you know, starting for the third. And it's one of those things where you like, oh, fuck, this is how C works, or C++. I mean, C and C++ will work in the same way. And then you realize, well, you know, oh my God, it's so... In the beginning, C++ felt so... how would I say? Like you can so easily make a mistake accidentally. Sensitive, that's what I would say. Like every time I would write something, I would be like, is this correct? I would question myself, like, is my logic okay? Is it all fine? But the truth is that over time you just gain experience, and then you get more comfortable with it. But yeah, now I know that I shouldn't use printf. I shouldn't try to concatenate this. If I do want to concatenate this in this way, you can use a std string. So if you create, std toString, or maybe, yeah, you can do a toString as well. You can do a toString, or you can, oh no, it's not going to convert, yeah, toString is actually going to convert this is what you could do. You could toString a number. You could toString a number, but then it will tell you, well, this is not. This now will convert into a, yeah. You cannot add a string to a char star. So now there is compile time error checking, right? Once you start using strings. But if you don't know that, but yeah, what you should, if you do this, then it is fine. If you do this, because this is, this is not fine. Because now there is compile time checking. There you go. Well, I didn't even know that. So I would need to convert this into a toString, right? To be able to really concatenate. If I wanted to do it like this. Oh, it doesn't work like this. No suitable conversion to const char. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, it is because printf asks for a const char. So you actually have to cast it into a const char. There it is. Now it works. But yeah, as you can see, this is C++. It's terrible. But here's the thing: you shouldn't really use printf for this thing. The best thing you can do is you can use format, fmt format, if you want to convert to a string. So now you can say you know, what did I have? Number, and then you put this, and then you can say I. Or what I do is, yeah, I can put a number, right? And then this is going to be replaced with a number in the actual string. But yeah, if you want to output things, I don't use printf anymore. I don't use cout. I use spdlog, which is actually great. But it takes time to figure that out. You know, that you should not use. You should try to avoid printf and cout and stuff. Or, well, not only avoid, but learn how to use it correctly. That's the thing. Okay, so there, asking about C++. I just so Cloudless Studio here says I just moved from Blueprint to C++ in UE5, and I'm very slowly getting better. Your project is really inspirational. Thank you for that. Yeah, I hope that I've heard that UE5, I've never worked in it, but I've heard that UE5 has, like, they almost have, like, when you're writing C++ in UE5, it's almost like C#. Like, they have this the macros and everything, and they make it safe to work with types and stuff, right? So it's almost like they have a language over C++. That's only what I heard. I don't know exactly. Okay. Why is it called vector? Yeah. The in-game console. Oh yeah, I was actually working on the in-game console, and I never added it into the game because I didn't need it. Oh, some nice splat surfaces that I implemented that I'm only using in Finland right now, but I should add them to Monty as well. And look at that beautiful picture. That is not from the game, of course. It's a photo. Oh, me explaining strings, how they work. Yeah, a lot of things. And this is me ranting about something. A foot gun. I put a foot gun emoji. Yeah, so there you go. I was all happy to show off for screenshots Saturday, and then this happens. Yeah, I was overriding the texture format or something. Nice. Yeah, you can so easily make mistakes like this when you're working on your engine. But over time, you get better. Okay, so anyway, those are there. You've seen how it looked in the beginning. This is the very, very start of Shakedown. And it was just called an engine, you know, because that was the Nothke engine, I don't know, or something like that. I don't have a name of the engine. I mean, if I want to explain to somebody, I would just say Shakedown engine. But, you know, on paper, it's an engine. And by the way, C++, why is it such a real question? Yeah, the reason why the reason why I typed that is to see why is it called a vector, right? Because it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, in case you don't know, in C++, std vector is basically a list of things, right? If you have a list of ints And right, this is like an array that is growable array basically. Um, and why is it called a vector? I don't know. But then I found that the actual person who implemented it um, in the first time, he said that it was a mistake. It was a mistake to call it like that. And the yeah, and he basically said, well, now it's too late to change it now, because everybody is using the vector. But looking back in time, yeah, it definitely is a mistake, because he was thinking in like mathematical algorithmic, and thinking about like, well, something that has multiple dimensions, it's a vector. But actually, he shouldn't have done it like that. And the most confusing thing is that std list is actually a linked list, which is completely different data type. But in C sharp, list is like std vector, right? So, yeah, it is extremely confusing. Anyway, talking of C++, yeah, so when I was talking about starting off with the engine in 2020, in 2 weeks after following the Cherno's, how do you call it? The tutorials that he did. 2 weeks later, I actually made my first game in the engine. And that was the game Betula. And you can actually find it in itch Notke. Yeah, okay, Betula by Notke. This was the first game I made in my engine, and it was like just 2 weeks old engine, very bare bones, very tiny. But I already did have ImGUI, I had bullet physics, I added a lot of things, but I didn't have. My God, I didn't know it has so many comments. I didn't even see this. It instantly closes and turns off my stream for about 5 seconds. Extracting the file, what did I do wrong? That is what is supposed to happen. It's probably the most extreme I've seen. The PSX style warping. Nice. Yeah, my God, I didn't know. Scary game, scary graphics bugs. I love this comment. Yeah. Scary game, scarier graph. Yeah, it was basically well, I can try to play it because it's interesting from historical perspective. But yeah, what I wanted to emphasize is that this was made in 2 weeks. And yeah, so basically you can find this N-Engine repo on my Notke channel, and it's public, it's not private. And as I say here, note, this is an old version of N-Engine. So the one that I'm using now is not the same as this. This is like, and note, this is an old version of N-Engine that had about 2 weeks of development in total and used to create the HPS1 game Betula. Yeah. The engine has continued its development in a private repo, which I'm planning to open one day. And yes, I am planning to make the Shakedown engine open source one day, but I really need to add a few more things to be able to be used by other people, especially removing objects. But also I'm thinking about, well, maybe I don't need to add these things to make it like generalized. I don't know if I want to use it for a game jam or something. Maybe I do. Well, Global Game Jam is coming up, so I'm thinking, should I use my engine or not? I'm not sure. Because, yeah, it would be hard to make it usable. Okay, anyway. To make it usable as something generalized. But it is already generalized. I mean, you have objects, you can add them, and I have a little bit of a few demo things that I've made. But it is quite specifically made for Shakedown. And yeah, one of the things with the Shakedown is that I can't even destroy objects in my engine. So 4 years later, I just saw that it says 4 years ago, and oh my God, 4 years ago I started working on the engine. That's crazy. So yeah, I said for some reason I said 2 years ago, a couple of days ago, and I just didn't realize that it was 4 years ago. Yeah, 2020 was 4 years ago now. Da 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 da. But it was March, so a little less than 4 years. Um, anyway, yeah, Casper. Hello, Casper. Woo, happy 100th stream. Yeah, thank you very much. But yeah, anyway, what I was trying to say is that 4 years ago, yeah, I had this bare bones engine, and I had a few libraries, right? GLFW, GLEW, GLM for maths, Mesh Optimizer, SDB image for loading images, Frustum Call Instrumenter. Yeah, this was for like profiling and stuff. But the thing is that I didn't even have GLTF at the time. So I actually wrote my own object loader. I had my object loader, which still exists. It's still in the engine, and I'm thinking about removing it. It's called model loader or something, model reader. There it is, model reader. Asset loader. Oh no, this is actually model reader. Load from ply. Oh yeah, I could also load ply formats. I remember. Oh, this is where I was doing this, loading from ply, and then I would read each line and turn a vertex into into vertices and indices and stuff like that. But then I also had HPM. This is the one. This is my own format that I made, which was like PS horror PS model, because I was working on these on Bachelor. So yeah, basically what I did here is that I was reading this binary file, and yeah, I had this buffer of vertices and stuff. But the thing is that I could only load one object at a time, so one single mesh. You had to read each of these meshes, which was a pain. So yeah, it didn't work really well. It was just a bunch of binary files. It was really hard. And then only later, I found out about GLTF and how cool the format is, because it can store everything. It can store meshes, it can store indices, it can store your objects, it can even store parenting, and it can even instance objects, so multiple objects can reference the same mesh. And of course it can also store textures, which is amazing, which is what I'm using right now. So this was all like manually reading bytes, right? Which was absolutely crazy. And look at that. This was my 4-year-old code, right? Because I haven't really touched it since then. Anyway, yeah. So that was Bachelor, and then I said, oh yeah, requirements. I said GLM is not included. You have to build Bullet. It's a question if this would even work if you download, because you need to build Bullet. And then I gave some instructions like, oh shit, you need to a root name, make sure to select MSVC, CMake. Oh shit, yeah, this was all in CMake. Enable use MSVC runtime library DLL. This is important because if you don't, it will give you a lunk 2038 error mismatch between, which is weird. Didn't understand, but just do it. Which is weird. Didn't understand, but just do it. And now I actually understand what this is, because compiler has different options, and there's a MSVC runtime library and there's MSVC runtime library DLL, and these are two different things. And if you don't compile them with the same, like your engine and your library that you're compiling, if you don't compile them with the same flags, they won't be compatible, and you will have this linking error. Because they basically need to have the same binary interface or something. I guess that would be the term. But yeah, now I understand what is going on here and why I had to use the DLL there at the end. And then generate, and then you go to the, I had no idea how building works. So this was just note to other people, but also to myself, that you will find bullet physics. And then I remember that I had to clean up for include. Bullet doesn't come with separated headers, so you'll have to prune them yourself. Yeah, I actually wrote the Python script for that later, and I'm using that for other libraries as well. But yeah, I mean, libraries in C++. It's a mess. Like when you need to build something, when you need to include something in your project, yeah, it's rough. It's rough, but it gets easier once you get some experience with it. So Narble Channels here says, fun fact, most things that annoy me can be attributed to a Danish computer scientist. Yeah, I wonder who that Danish computer scientist is. Yeah, but of course, what he did, I think so. So now that I worked in C++ for 4 years, right? Now that I worked in it for like 4 years, and thinking about the whole C++ thing, right? I mean, the core concept of C++ really is RAII, and that is the famous resource. What is it? Resource acquisition is initialization. It's the worst name ever, but RAII means that you can basically. So, the point of RAII is really to make everything in a single line, right? You write a single line, which magically creates a lot of things. I wish I could show you that. Well, I can basically run a little thing. Let me actually show you. Oh, by the way, I do have, in the meantime, I made a little C++ project template. You can also find it on my GitHub. And if I run this C++ project, I have a little wizard. Yeah, let's say like, what is it? Show off Bjarne's wrongdoing. Okay, there it is. Do I not want to git? No. Open? Yes. Okay, so it's gonna automatically start a Visual Studio. What this template did is it created a file. It created a project. It has created the SLN and everything, and it has actually set up the main so that I can just start coding in a new project. Much better than the defaults that Visual Studio gives you. But anyway, so yeah, I was saying that in C you basically had structs, right? You had structs, and you had something like you had some kind of a pointer, and if you had a struct, oh, this is an anonymous struct, my struct, right? What you had to do is that if you wanted to do something, you had in C, let's call it str, you had to assign this pointer to something. You could do a malloc, or something. So this allocates heap memory, right? But yeah, you would have to do it yourself, and you couldn't do that in. So basically, you couldn't do. You couldn't also put functions inside here, so I couldn't put the init thing, right? But I would have to do that outside. So you couldn't bundle functions with classes or structs. I mean, classes and structs are basically the same thing. But what you had to do is you would have to put some kind of a separate function. I would say, init my struct, and then I would pass my struct. I would pass a pointer to my struct. Yeah, we can do like this, and then maybe I do a malloc in here. So you would have to do that yourself. Yeah, I need to do like this for a pointer. So then you would need to say, init my struct and call a pointer and pass a struct to it. this is what you had to do in C, right? To do things. And it is slightly different syntax. You had to like type def of my struct, so you couldn't do this. You would have to write struct before. Does that work in C++? It does actually work in C++, okay. But typically you would type def a struct. So the struct is just the container of the data, and all the behavior would be outside. But of course, if you want to destroy it, you need to destroy it or something. Dinit my struct. Well, I'm gonna copy this thing, and I'm gonna say dinit here, and then I'm gonna like free this, free the pointer, right? And this is going to free the memory. And then you would have to manually do this. So I would have to do the dinit at stir, and there you go. So what happens here is, here you simply allocate on the stack space for this struct, and you have this pointer, and then you would init the struct, dinit the struct, and this is how you would do it in C. But this is so what this did was that it's completely explicit, that initialization and destruction. So let's say if you wanted to put it in the global space or something, your struct, you need to make sure you were aware of where this construction and destruction is happening, because yeah, you could do some other stuff like here, do other stuff, because it's like, yeah, you create the memory and you destroy the memory. But maybe you want to like change the pointer, you know, the data of the pointer here or something. But yeah, if you want to move it into the global, you can easily, because you know you're aware where this struct is and what's going on, because you have control over the when it gets created and destroyed. Well, what C++ did is that, let me actually put this in. What C++ did is they moved this into the class. Well, they call this classes, but basically it's the same thing. You can just put a class and then make everything public, and it would be the same thing. And why is it complaining? The declaration has no storage class or type specifier. What? What does that mean? Potential fixes. Did I forget a... Oh no, everything is fine. IntelliSense was just fucking up. And then what you would do is you could do just init, and you don't have to pass because it's working on the self. And then you just have this ptr, right? And it's much easier to write. And you would have this dinit, right? And now the cool thing is that you can just call stir init and stir dinit, right? It makes sense. But here's the thing. C++ has actually introduced constructors and destructors. So instead of doing this, you can do a constructor, and this constructor is going to malloc some memory, and a destructor is going to deallocate that memory, right? And what happens here is that it will automatically fire one construction destruction. So now, instead of writing any of these, you just put a single line and it does everything. It does everything for you. So if this was somewhere else in some other file, right, you don't see where this is. You simply create your struct or a class or whatever it is, and it will do the construction destruction for you, because once it's created, it will call the constructor, and once it destroys, it will call the destructor. And we can make sure of that because I can actually add a like, let's add a little C out here. It says created. Oh yeah, well I can do just end line here, and I can do a destroyed. So when I run this, let's compile that. Show of Björn's wrongdoing. when you run that, you can see there it is. It has created and it has destroyed. So what happened here is that this my struct was actually, let's remove that. When this is actually was created, right? It called a constructor and it fired this line. And at the end of the scope, it has, well, here I can actually show you that it's happening at the end of the scope, because I can add some text, you know, something. Let's just write like this, right? So when I start it right now, you will see that something is in between, right? Created, something destroyed. So the destruction actually happened at the end of the scope. And this automatic construction destruction, while it may seem cool, and the coolest thing about it is that you can write it in one line. And I have a, you know, I showed you that in C you had this, like, you had to call explicitly everything and it was a mess. And now Bjarne came and says, hey, look how easy it is. You can just write one line and it does all the memory management for you. But the problem now is that you have no idea what's happening. What if you put this my struct in the global space? Well, who knows what's going to happen? Is the same going to happen or something else? What if, okay, something has happened. But what if I have multiple structs, right? Which one is going to be, what is going to be the sequence of constructions and destructions? And stuff like that, right? Now it becomes, like, where does this, right? It's going to be created and it's going to call the malloc. And yeah. And also now you want to have like a vector or something. You want to have a vector. Oh, whoops. I don't have a vector included. You want to have like a vector of my structs. And then you want to like push back and then you want to push back a string, a struct. And what is going on now? Is it going to make a copy, or, you know, and when it does copy, oh, I do have two structs here. So, oh my God, something has happened. What is going on here? If I could push back. Interesting. There we have a bug. It's trying to free. Ah, there you go. We have this first problem. We have the first problem of constructors and destructors, right? Because this thing was like trying to free twice, right? The same memory. That is what is happening here. And it's really unclear of what the fuck is going on here. Because when you're a beginner and you're like, what is going on here? But here is what happened. You created a copy, but the copy might not have actually created a new copy. It might have actually passed it as a... yeah, well, no, what is actually going on here is that it has created a copy of this pointer. That's the thing. So when this has been destroyed, the thing is that the vector is going to get out of scope at the end. It's going to destroy this member. It's going to destroy this element. But it's also going to destroy this one. So it has created a copy, but the pointer is not a copy. The memory is still the same. And the thing is that it has tried to like double free, right? It tries to free once and tries to free at the end of the scope. I think that is happening. Even I'm a bit confused. But wait, if I was doing a construction and I created a new malloc, so does it actually call? So here's the thing. Maybe it doesn't call constructor twice. Maybe it calls a copy constructor. And this is where all this confusion is. Because there's not just there's not just constructors and destructors. There's also copy constructors, there's a move constructors, and I think there's one more. And also, there are const versions of everything. So I think there are. Because you can have a const. Can there be a const move? No, but I remember that there is also the const versions of stuff. But anyway, because this is so confusing and complex, so my point is that Bjarne wanted to make it like easy, right? Wanted to make it easy. By now you can just write a single line, and that's it, right? Just write a single line. How cool is that? You create something, it just does everything for you, right? Who knows what this constructor is doing? It could be doing some kind of a gigantic for loop of things, right? And chugging your memory, right? Preventing your main to run, right? What if you do it here? You have no idea what's happening here, right? I could be doing 100,000 createds here before the main loop even started working. So what the hell? What is going on here? So this is the you have instead of here's the thing. Bjarne wanted to make it simple, but instead he introduced so much complexity by giving out the control to whoever implemented this, and then not seeing all the ways that you can use this, right? Because maybe I thought, well, I'm creating and destroying, but then I wanted to push it into a vector, and like, oh no, now I need to provide a copy constructor and a move constructor and whatever. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, let's see the comments. Let's see all the rants that I got while explaining this. but so in the 4 years of C++, this is what is confusing me, right? And this is why I actually prefer, if I can avoid using constructors and destructors, I avoid them. And I almost never use them. The only time I use them is I have a few collections that I wrote, my own collections, and there I might need to like have some kind of a system things that I push into them, so I have to make sure that they call constructors and destructors. But other than that, I'm pretty much not just always having constructors that I initialize. Like I would call this not a constructor, I would just call this init and dinit, right? So yeah, and then I would call it. And this is actually how, because I like Zig, this is how Zig calls them. So I like the init and dinit. It's kind of clear. So you have to do the init and dinit explicitly if you can. That's kind of nice. Anyway, let's see. So Cloudless Studio asks, do you know why CPP games might not work in some computers? I used to make games in SFML, and I would send them to my friends with all the DLS I used, and for some, they would get errors that some library was missing. Well, who knows what specific things that could have been. I mean, it could be drivers, could be, I mean, who could, I don't know. But you say library was missing. Actually, in my game, I'm not using any DLLs. Basically, I just statically link everything. And yeah, I actually just have a one executable. There it is. And it's 2.5 megabytes. So super small, and it actually has all the code for the whole game, and I don't have any DLLs, as you can see. So this 2.5 megabytes includes all the physics, all the rendering, everything I use, all the audio as well. RCRNSTM says IMO RAII is not so much about the amount of text you need to write. It's about ensuring the invariant that every object is always in a valid initialized state. Yeah, I do understand that. And I think that, so C++ might be good when you have a large code base. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't I wouldn't if I was working on a gigantic project, I probably wouldn't use a C++. But anyway, um, yeah, in a like if you have like a gigantic database and you have to ensure all of these invariants, well, probably Rust is better for that, but C++, because of all the legacy code that it can use, it's probably a um, good thing as well. Um, Ensuring the invariant that every object is always in a valid initialized state. Yeah, yeah, but then I think that it just introduces so much complexity that I wonder if this is even um, like looking back at C++ 40 years, was it actually good, or was it not that great? Uh, the reason we still use C++, I have a feeling, is just because of how many code bases it has created, and and of course the performance that comes with that. But uh, yeah, anyway, assignment operator is part of the rule of 5. Assignment operator. C++ is simply completely separate from C. You should treat it as its own thing. C++ is the only language where people are upset that not reading the documentation results in not understanding the language. I completely agree with that. Whether or not you think the language is simple to learn or elegant is a separate argument. Yeah, I do. I do agree with everything. I do agree with everything. Um, Not reading the documentation results in not understanding the language. Yeah, this is definitely something that caught me in the beginning, right? And this is for me what C++ is like. The main difference between C# and C++. Um, because C# was the language I used most before in Unity, when I was using the Unity engine. I still use it, I mean. But the thing is that, yeah, the main difference was really how many when you use something in C++, like the vector, right? You have a vector. So here's the thing. A friend of mine says, you need a resizable array, right? You need like an equivalent of a C# list. And he says, well, use an std vector. But here's the thing. You can't just use an std vector. You can't just use it. In C#, you can just take a list, a C# list, which is the equivalent of the vector, a C# list, and you can just start using it immediately. You can just go like add things, remove things, index things, whatever you want to do. In C++, if you start just using it and then you take pointers and then you start pushing things and they call constructors and destructors multiple times, you shoot yourself in the foot. Because first off, you need to know everything about a vector. You need to know how it works, what it does. You have to read the documentation about the vector. What is it? How to use it correctly? Which functions to use? Yeah, that's the difference. Because in C# you can just go to something and you can just start using it because it's a safe language. You're not gonna shoot yourself. You don't have pointers. Well, I'm talking about safe C#, of course. And yeah, you can't really crash the program. Everything is kind of well, I mean, you can crash the program, but you have exceptions that are going to catch you if you try to access a null thing or something like that. But the thing is that in C++, to really use things, you need to read about them. You can't just start using it. And yeah, that's kind of the really slowdown of C++. That when you start using it, you see how many ways you can shoot yourself in the foot, and that you really have to understand things. When somebody suggests to use a thing, oh yeah, just use smart pointers. Oh, just use vectors. Just use whatever, you know. Then you're like, okay, but what is this really? You know, you just need to know how the data layout looks like. Where's the data of the vector stored? You have to know that. What happens when you push things into a vector and stuff like that. Anyway, yeah. So I agree with that. That you have to read the documentation. Anyway, yeah. Let's go back to talking about the engine. And by the way, I wanted to try to see if Betula still works. And do I have it still here? I did try to run it sometimes. Let's see if I can actually run it. Just take me to downloads. Did anybody ever buy Betula? Okay, yes. Oh, right. I remember I had this thing where it was like creating a new... Yeah, I was actually profiling in the game. So here's the thing. I remember I had this bug. As dead and as des. I had this bug where... so when I start the game, it's probably not... Yeah, I don't think you can see the game. Here's the thing. When you were running the game, it would create profiling data. And it creates profiling data outside of the folder. Yeah, it was my huge mistake that I actually... So when you put it in a folder and it creates results outside. That is why I created 2 folders, because I remember this. And it was actually... This is like profiling data that I was adding, so that they can profile what is going on. Anyway, but yeah, let me try to run it on the GPU. How do I... Graphic settings. Yeah, I need to add this explicitly. Whoops, what am I doing here? Browse, let's see. Browse, where was it? It was desktop, sdad, sdes, Betula. Let's make sure that it uses... Because back in the day, I didn't, you know, make sure that it's running on the high performance, but it always was running in the integrated. Okay, so this should work now. You should be able to see it. Tell me if you can see the game. And you should be able to hear. I wonder if I can actually... Oh, I can actually alt tab. Interesting. That alt tabbing actually worked surprisingly well. I need to hear it. Yeah, and I made this like first-person controller. But I remember that the first-person controller was actually bad. Can I actually debug physics? What the hell is this? Oh, I'm raycasting. Oh my god, what is this? Some secret shapes. My god, this game has secrets, Easter eggs. And I think this is even using a 4 times big pixels. Yeah, this is 4x4 pixels. Alien technology. Yeah. So this is like some debug lines that I just drew to see how it works. And it only shows up with this. I could have like added some messages, and I didn't even know that it has this constraint to the ground. Yeah. But anyway. Recompile shaders, full screen. Yeah, you can rescale as well to a different resolution. Yeah, you can change the fog height. Wow, such an incredible thing. And then, of course, the debug. But I wasn't actually drawing a physics debug lines because I had no idea that the character controller is actually not upright. It's actually horizontal. So the capsule made by the the character controller is actually horizontal on the ground right now, and not. And I had no idea because I couldn't debug. But yeah, I had this house model, and I remember that I was just like, oh yeah, you can come in here, but you can't because because of the yeah, you can barely get in because of the horizontal character controller. Yeah, you can see that it's like you need to go sideways to get in because the capsule is like pointing this way. If you try to go in through here like straight on, you can't. And yeah, inside the house, can you go up? No, this is actually blocked. Nice. And inside the house, you can barely walk in. There's a coffee machine, and it's just a coffee machine. This is actually my friend's house in Switzerland that I went to, and I recreated it together with the coffee machine, you know. And then you can look at this from his room. And you can go to the balcony. Oh yeah, and we had this table. We had a table where we played the cards and ate. But yeah, it's just a house. The house is... Oh, and look at that. The bounding box is completely wrong. Can I draw bounding boxes? No. Constrain camera to ground. Oh, wait a minute. I can actually fly around? Oh! I had flying around back at that time. I had no idea. Oh, and there's actually footsteps running. And I have some other houses. These houses are actually in Finland. The same models. Yeah, and I made these walls. Yeah, but you can see that the bounding boxes are completely wrong. And here's the thing. You can walk around. It's a walking simulator. That's all. Oh, when you constrain, you go back. Hello there. What is going on? That's funny. Hello, Pithno. I'm showing off the first game that I made in my engine. And that was 2 weeks in. 2 weeks after I wrote the first line of my engine. I made this. And it's called Betula, and it's on itch. It's like supposed to be a horror game. And so here's the thing. You have this like mausoleum, as I called it. And there's a door that you walk in. And when you walk in, it looks kind of cool, right? When you walk in, something happens. Something happens. There it is. There's somebody starts chasing you. It's kind of scary. He's there in the middle, and he's stalking. And he's talking. And it's actually a photo scan of my friend, whose house this was. And I just made the hand stretched out so he looks scary. And he's like moving around. He's like a separate character controller. And, you know, he's slowly coming in. And the thing is that if you walk, it's actually going to catch you. But if you step sideways, then it's never going to catch you, because stepping sideways, of course, adds 2 vectors. So it's diagonal, and you're actually walking faster. So you can just, you know, move diagonally and run away from him. But yeah, it is still scary. He's approaching. He's talking. And yeah, this was all like based on jokes from when I was at his place. And yeah, and I had this voice recording of him, or maybe it was me. No, it's actually me talking. And we were just joking, and so yeah, you can run away. I don't know. You can go into the house. There's not much happening here, except that he's not pathfinding. So if he starts going into the, he's just going to go into the wall, and if we try to get in, we can get in, and he's never going to reach us because he's colliding. Well, it is kind of scary, I have to say. And I'm stuck now. Oh shit, there he is. There he is. There he is. Oh my god, this is actually scary. This is actually scary. And is he ever going to cross the... Is he ever going to be able to get inside the house, though? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, and he can actually get out. And here's what happens. The game crashes. I didn't have the time to implement the end of the game, so the game just crashes. I just made the game crash when he reaches you, and that's the scary bit. And that's it. That's everything I made in like 2 weeks. And if you go into the Ed engine, I think you can actually find all the resources. Yeah, there are all the models. There it is. Farmhouse, grass, plain, sky sphere, white. Huh? Is that it? No, there's definitely more. Maybe I didn't provide everything to the... But yeah, look at that. I already had a bunch of classes. Vendor, yeah, Imgui. And yeah, if you go into the SFX, step sand. Oh, step sand. I actually have steps, but I don't have... yeah, I don't have... I think I just didn't publish all the assets of the game. So yeah, this is just the engine, sort of. Do I even have the game? There should be a main. There's no main. So this is not the game. This is actually a separated engine. Yeah. So the thing is that I think this is not even buildable. I think you can't even build this, because you would need to have a main that includes the engine. Yeah. Anyway. Cool. You also use Bullet at that state. Yes. Bullet was actually the first library that I added into, well, not including OpenGL libraries. So it was, let me see, if I look for Bullet, maybe I'm gonna find the original. You can finally correct Bullet. Oh, this is an old game that I was working on in 2015. My god, almost 10 years ago. Oh, there it is. Added bullet physics debugging. Oh, there it is. Here, I was just talking about this. Added bullet physics debugging to my engine. Surprisingly easy to implement. I just found out my character collider is horizontal capsule. I had no idea, but I noticed getting stuck on doors. This is exactly what I was talking about. So there it is. The actual the actual capsule collider looks like this. It's a horizontal capsule. And I thought it was vertical all the time, but Bullet actually uses Z for, Y is forward and not up. Yeah. So, or maybe it was just the orientation of the capsule or something. I can't remember now. Yeah. Bullet. I definitely had a GIF somewhere about bullet physics, I remember, where I added Bullet for the first time. This is another thing. Okay, I integrated bullet physics and Solout today. Oh, I even integrated 2 libraries in one day. Wow. I think I'm done with libraries for now. It's been 2 weeks now since I started making the engine. It finally feels like I could make a game with what I got now. So yeah, this is the 2 weeks after, and then I made this little creepy game with just a few assets, and I think it took me maybe 1 or 2 days to compose it. But as you can see, just walking around and this character following you, and that's it. And then it crashes. If I remember, but there was definitely a boxes. I had some boxes. Maybe if I search for boxes. Or maybe it was a reply to this. Yes, there it is. Oh no, wait. This was just a... Oh! I actually had this as well. This was like the first walking simulator that I made with the farmhouse. This was even before Betula, right? I just made nice fog and I just put a nice waving grass shader, and that's it. Yeah, but I definitely had these boxes somewhere. Bullet manages Z as up axis. Yeah, there you go. That's why. Yeah. What if I look for Betula? Am I gonna get anything relevant? It kind of sucks today that Twitter is my repository of what I did. Maybe I should save everything. I loaded my old Betula scene from HPS Jam and realized I didn't remove my bounding box testing rotation. Yeah, this is a cool thing that you can do in C++ when you have your own engine. Just rotate everything. Much easier with directly influencing the transforms. Here it is, Betula, my first custom engine game. There it was. What is it? April, and I started in March. Actually, it was a month, but I think in total, when I calculated how much time it took me, it was maybe March 15th to April 14th. There it is. Anyway, there is a few weird things to explore. Hello, we are raiding you. Oh, hello, the raid. Yeah, I was just talking about my beginnings of creating the engine for Shakedown. And can you imagine that this is kind of the same engine as this, right? It's just 4 years later. This is the same engine, just 4 years later. Well, you know, it actually still almost looks the same. I mean, basic, you know, basic texture only with simple fog. It is actually believable. And these houses are, yeah, the farmhouse that you see in Betula, the farmhouse is actually, I think it is here. I think it's on the crossing. It's not there, but I'm pretty sure that it's somewhere. Oh, why is this object completely black? I didn't notice this before. I didn't add vertex colors to it, I guess. Wait, do I have any other buildings here? Let me just quickly fly through. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any other buildings. This is not... Yeah, the farmhouse is not in here, but it is in Sweden. But Sweden is not working correctly right now. So if I go to Sweden... Let's see. Okay, well, the car is falling down. But yeah, the Sweden, something is wrong with it. It's rendering black, as you can see. But there it is. This is actually the farmhouse. But in Sweden, it does have snow. Oh, look. Is this supposed to actually go through the house? The wires? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe yes. But yeah, this is the same farmhouse that you see in Betula as well. This model. So yeah, I actually reuse a lot of a lot of assets. And yeah, I should publish Sweden at some point. White Void. Love to lurk here sometimes. Follow your stuff on Twitter. Thank you. And let's see. Looks good. Give me kind of tear down vibes for some reason. Tear down. Which one? The Finnish map, or you mean the Betula? I was streaming video games tonight, but I do some dev stuff too. Oh, nice. I've been messing around with Godot lately. Cool. I love to lurk here sometimes and follow your stuff on Twitter. Thank you. Very realistic Sweden. Yeah, it used to look better, but for some reason well, I can show you when it looked better. Sweden. Yeah, there it is. This is how it should look like. Well, this is actually one of the earliest times that I used Sweden, right? It's just a lot of snow. But later I actually improved it. There's definitely some better. Yeah, this one is definitely cooler. And then there is oh, there's also the night. Yeah, this one as well. Welcome to fast and snowy Sweden. I started making it last night on Steam. Oh, this is actually the very beginning of Sweden. Just started making it, and then I never finished it. Yeah. But yeah, I have to re-export Sweden and see what's up with this. Does Mexico still exist? Oh, good reminder. Yes, let's see if Mexico works. Well, this is actually Guana. Let's see. I have to make a new one. A new bat file. And we're gonna go with Guana. Okay, it doesn't work. What is the problem? Ah, Guana. I think that the configs changed dramatically in the meantime. Yeah, this one is not even loading the car. So I have to wait. I have to check how am I doing the cars. Sweden. Let's go to Finland. Okay. So car. Well, actually, it should be. Yeah, it should be the gravel car. It's yeah. I need to have a car segment. And it's not called scene anymore. It's called map. Yeah, map Guana. And actually, oh, I don't even have a map file. I don't think I do. Okay. So wait a minute. This should be okay. Let's make a map file. Yeah, the track is no longer a model. This should be yeah. Let's make a Guana, and then let's see if this is going to work. Or maybe I should just copy Finland, or something like this. Let's see. Yeah, I need to find the resources as well. Maps. Oh, I do have Guana as map. Okay, so I did try to run it before. But did I put gravel? I did. Okay, let's try Guana now. Ah, there it is. It exists. And it actually runs. There you go. Oh yeah, and it is actually using... Oh my god, I even have... Oh, that's Mexico piss filter. It's great. I even have put the checkpoints. I even forgot because I was testing. I was about to release the track and then I got... Oh my god. Oh, nice. Okay, and then I got sidelined by other stuff. But I don't have checkpoints. Okay, I think this was the... I don't remember what the actual layout was. And by the way, the reason why it looks so noisy... Oh yeah. This was definitely like... Oh, 2 times. You do it two rounds. And then you go through here. And then? Where do I go now? Do I go right? I did forget that. Yeah, I do go right. And then what? Oh, new best time. That's it. That's the finish. Okay. So yeah, there it is. I even made a timed track and I completely forgot about this. Yeah, but you can actually drive around as well. The other layouts. Yeah. Yeah, I spent like 2 months working on this and then I never published it. But yeah, this year it's gonna happen. This year it's gonna happen. Oh. Not bad. Just turned off my lights and then I need it again. Yeah, oh yeah, this was the thing. You could drive through here as well. Yeah, it is it's interesting. I completely, I completely lost it that I have 4 tracks now, but I mean 2 of them are not finished. I can't pass through here. I need to make the gravel tires work on tarmac as well. Oh, by the way, this is a great time to actually test. Oh, this is where you actually need the handbrake. Let's try driving this. And of course, this is inspired by Guanajuato, the Mexico Rally. In real life, though, they have lights They have lights inside the tunnels, and I can't make the lights yet in game, so that's a bit of an issue. I can't have street lamps. Okay, not bad, 95 seconds. But there it is. Guanajuato. With these nice buildings. Yeah, which I made procedurally. There was actually a lot more buildings, but I disabled them so that the exporting doesn't take forever. That's the only reason I had it. And yeah, I remember making this procedural buildings. Oh my god, it took me forever. But yeah, anyway. Dang, that's some good traction and snow effects. Cool. What 3D tool do you use to make 3D? Yeah, I use Blender. Of course. And then for these procedural buildings, I use geometry nodes. But yeah, it took me a while. Took me a while to make. Actually, let me now try. Now that I have this, I can try using the tarmac car. Let's see how it feels on Guana. There was so many warnings. Yeah, you can see the tarmac wheels now. It should be a lot easier to drive. Oh yeah, it's way snappier. So snappy that. Oh, but this car actually has way more. It's slower because it has way more inertia on the wheels. Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the issues that I have with the Monty car. The Monty car is actually a lot slower than the Finland car. Yeah. So even though the grip is stronger, this is actually a completely different car. Oh yeah, the going around feels terrible. Definitely. Okay, I still did a record, but yeah, well, the cool thing is now I can go into the record. Where's the record? There it is, and I can. Oh my god, I have 3 separate records, which is nice. Finland, Guana, and Monty. And Guana. Oh no, Monty still has the most checkpoints. Yeah, Finland only has 6 checkpoints. Yeah, the only reason why I put checkpoints is so that the players don't cheat. Basically, you know, if you don't have checkpoints, then they would they could just drive anywhere and go into the finish line, which is not something that actually exists in real life, right? All right, so Blender Pithno says. Very nice. How do you optimize the render? Do you render the whole map at once all the time? Are you doing some culling? I do have frustum culling. So, but the thing is that, for example, in Finland, the objects are huge. This whole segment of the map For example, in Finland, this whole segment of the map is one object. And you can actually see this. Well, when you press tilde and open the dev menu, you can see here it says draw calls, right? Total draw calls 93. If I look away, you can see it goes down to like 20. So yeah, I am doing frustum culling, and the thing is that, yeah, you can actually go into, if you go into the scene, you can manipulate each of the objects, as you can see, there's not too many of them, but you can see road start. This road start. Wait, let me find road start. Why is there so many versions? Oh, I think I had this bug. There was some kind of a bug in exporting. Material fail. Yeah, why does it have a fail material assigned? I don't know. Grasso tree. Yeah, I think there was some kind of a problem with the way that I create weights. It's definitely a start exit. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of these. Oh, look at that. This is the collider. Call proxy object. And the thing is that the colliders, I don't actually draw them, but I can enable them. So you can see that there's a bunch of things, and this is actually from what I formed the colliders of the trees. You can see that. You can see the colliders of the tree. And you can see that this is all a single object. So it's huge. It has a lot of vertices, but I'm still rendering it as one object. And this is not the case in Monty. In Monty, for example, you know, I just realized this is actually turned into like a. This is turned into like a Q&A stream, kind of. I should have called it a Q&A stream instead. But yeah, if you go to Monty, it actually has more objects. Right here, it's like rendering 300 objects. But there's much smaller. If you go into drawing bounds, you can actually see the object bounds. Yeah, if I now start editing the objects, right, hairpins, there it is. This is actually the part of the road that is the hairpins. So yeah, there. now it's missing. And you not only can you disable the rendering, you can actually even move them. So you can move the objects with this rotation, you know, scale. I can scale them, but it does not change the physics. So this is just the rendering. This is not the physics. Yeah, as you can see, here are all the objects. I can move them, but yeah, I basically added this so that you can, basically for testing. The only purpose of this is to test, so that I can be like, okay, well, what is this doing? Which object is this? What object is producing this problem? Yeah, so that's why I never like implemented gizmos or something. So this is just for analysis. But then I go back to my GLTF, and I change whatever I need. Yeah. So there you go, and you can actually see this in the game that is out as well, and you can even in the demo, you can even download the demo, and you have this. If you press tilde, you get You get all this. Maybe I should disable it in demo. I don't know. And you can even see all the textures that are loaded. Smoke. Oh, rocks. My god. Rocks are gigantic. I had no idea that they're so big. They could even be smaller, you know. They don't need to be 1024. And then everything is so tiny. Even road walls. Yeah, the mountain is big, but it's just because it's huge. It's because it's placed on everything. Town fences. Sprite trees. Dead big tree, right? You can see. Oh my god, what the fuck? Concrete tile hotspots. This is probably taking up like a megabyte of space or more. Like, this shouldn't be here. I don't know why it has uploaded this. Oh, and there's the Chamois. Yugodo car. Spec 17. That's the... Yeah, this is the car. The body, the wheels as well. The tarmac, the gravel, and the snow. They're all loaded at the same time, although I'm not using them. I'm only using the tarmac wheel. Oh yeah, and you can also debug physics to see what is going on. And yeah, you can also disable the frame buffer, which draws directly to the... So it's not pixelating. By the way, can I actually do that in Betula as well? Where is my Betula? Did I delete it? Did I delete Betula? Oh no, there it is. Just couldn't see it. Can I actually disable the... No, I couldn't back then. I didn't add a disable frame buffer. Does recompile shaders actually work? Does rescale actually work? No. Oh, it does work. Interesting. And I actually used to recompile everything, which is not what I do anymore. I was actually recompiling all the uniforms. But then if you try to do it one more time... Oh, it actually worked. Multiple times. Interesting. I completely forgot that I was recompiling all the shaders. Yeah, now I don't do this anymore because I don't render in the same way. I simply rescale the window. Anyway, thanks for showing. Got it, Pitno says. Imgo is so cool. Just use it on a project. The only thing I don't like is that there is no documentation, just example code and tons of GitHub issues. You know what? I actually like that there is no example code because, you know, you can just go into the demo and then see how anything is implemented. You can just go to the ImGUI demo. And the cool thing is you render the demo. You render the demo, right? Well, now I'm release because in debug, the demo is... I actually bundle the demo with the debug of the project. When you render the demo, you just look like, oh, I actually like this thing. And you don't need the documentation at all. The documentation is here. It's the exact example of how to use it, right? That's the best thing about ImGUI. When you go into the wait, where is it? ImGUI demo? There it is. You just render this window, and you go like, look, you can look all the stuff that you can do. You can oh my god, I can rescale the tables. I can reorder things. I probably haven't seen all the... I just recently updated to 1.9, by the way, and I probably haven't seen... Oh, there's sorting, IDs, quantity, advanced, options, ImGUI, no borders, blah, 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 right? And you can even change the scale. You can go to the style editor. You can change anything. And you're like, okay, what is this I want to change the rounding of the. Oh, look! It even rounds the the timing. Nice. So you're like, okay, what is window rounding, right? Rounding, child rounding. How do I do that? And then you go. Okay, let's see. It says fonts. I don't know, window scale or something, global scale. Okay, so let's look for fonts, right? And then you go into this and then you say, okay, fonts, match case, there it is, began tab item fonts. And it shows you exactly what it's in there. And then you see how to use it. Okay, there's a help marker. Those are old settings provided for convenience. So if you, I guess it's somewhere, old settings. Where is this help marker? Oh, it's here. Read the FAQ. These are old settings provided for convenience. However, the correct way of scaling your UI is currently, yeah. So this is how you can do a help marker. I didn't even know that. There you go. So you just kind of search in that demo file what you want to use out of this, and that's how you figure out how to use anything. Oh, yeah, you can change the themes as well. Classic. But anyway, yeah, just showing off. That you don't need documentation. Although, when I was updating to 1.9, I had a problem that I didn't know how to solve. And yeah, that took figuring out through, but I found it through issues because somebody else was also asking, what's my problem I can't figure out. Okay, so I don't know. Is that enough of a recap? Apply changes to the track model. What was it doing? Borderless full screen to do. Yeah, I was probably working on the engine. Wow, so much work over time. Post release stream, vertex color. Oh yeah, this is actually the release. There it is. Look at that. I actually said release. This is the first release. Finish all stuff from to do. See git before stream, and this is where I actually released the game for the first time. Vertex color for surface mixing. Oh, I immediately went to vertex color for surface mixing. Even though I'm using it only in Finland right now, and it's not even using. Yeah, so I went ahead to do this and not doing anything else like the replace or more important stuff. Texture splat, yeah. And I was kind of stuck on that, but it just shows you how you start working on some feature a long time ago, and then it comes to fruition a year later. Split smooth follow camera. Collect references. This is where I started working on Sweden. Improve particles. And there, this is my first to do. The problem with last night with Splat, damn alphas. Yeah, still, you see, I had problems with alphas, with splats, snow, ice, gravel, yeah, noise, change bindings to use config list. Oh yeah, I was refactoring configs, discovered wall. Yeah, this stream was only about wall, which is like warning all. Math test, okay, path pivots for bound rigid bodies, right? Oh yeah, right. I even have this. I completely forgot about it. Movables. Oh yeah, movables. This is where I added collidable signs. I call them movables because they're like rigid bodies that move. Yeah, and then I remember it took me a while to figure out how to do exactly. Refactor some parts of the engine. Memory error with audio clips, double bottom road. This is for Sweden. Clang tidy. Yeah, I used clang tidy, but it didn't really help me much. It did find a few mistakes I did, but it wasn't anything that MSVC compiler wouldn't fix for me. Fixed splat color not being shown. Yeah, this is still about splats. Vertex color proc gen. Trees, twisty road sections, blah blah blah. Did all of that. Remove camber from road. Yeah, remember I spent a long time doing this geometry nodes work to remove camber. Finish removing camber, and then on the next stream I did as well. Finish placing all crossroads. Yeah, this is all Sweden, which I never published, but I will publish this year, so that's good. In Finland, archaeology. Yes, I actually dug some stuff from in Finland. Houses, planar UVs to lake. Yeah, I had this lake. Telephone, electricity poles. I also made the geometry notes for that. Parallel wires, blah, blah, blah. Make a barn. Swedish sign. Oh, yeah, this I actually used for the next. Mexico. And then I remember I had like 2 days until Rally Mexico, and I said, I'm going to make it in 2 days. And of course I didn't. Make tunnel section. Use geometry nodes, blah, blah, blah. Showed. I probably did this, but I didn't check it out. Modeling that special first floor. What is this? Secondary color. I don't know. Fix holes in the road of trenches and tunnels. Baking guards. Raise the middle of the road. Blah, blah, blah. Gutter trench piece. Guanajuato. Found a way how to force stronger GPU. Oh, yeah, this was a big thing. Finding how to force the game to use the stronger GPU. Which is some stupid thing with where you put like a define in C++ and it just magically works. I have it somewhere. I think it's in engine CPP. Engine CPP at the very beginning. Yeah, here it is. Make the game use the dedicated GPU. You put these things and it suddenly works. It was the best thing. So this one is for AMD and this is for NVIDIA. Yeah, you just declare some exports, whatever. Anyway, so Guanajuato, yeah, made the Ken Block tunnel. That's the one that I drove through in the game when I was showing off now. Found a better way. Slow mode. Yeah, I had slow mode, which I don't actually use that often. Try Slothy's mod. Yeah, I was trying some mods. Spawn points. Terrains. This is all working on Guanajuato. Improved road. Mercado Hidalgo building. Yeah. UVs, cornice, edging corner. Oh yeah, I was working on geometry nodes, building generators, blah blah blah. Busy with the festival. I don't know what this was about. Mirroring done. Okay. Remake Guanajuato. Crowd barriers. That is when I kind of stopped working on Guanajuato. Yeah, this was the last thing, crowd barriers, and then I added bollards, poles, and then I was like, well, that's enough for Guanajuato. I went too far. Oh, by the way, it does have dates, which is cool. I didn't realize this. And the dates is wrong. It's month first. Again, it's month first. Okay, what if I do it now? Is it gonna be date first? Oh, no, it's not. It's still the same. It's still the old format. But anyway, you can see that this was 4th month. This was March. No, sorry, April 23 last year. Console class to handle everything. Yeah, I ended consoles. But I never edited it in the game. Move stream sync to console. Quit. Oh yeah, this was all about consoles. Hello again. What happened in the meantime? What was this? Wait a minute. What happened in the meantime? 29th, 4th. And this was 25th, 5th. So there was a month. What happened in the meantime? I don't remember. Did he work on something else? Interesting. I think. Oh, maybe I was traveling. Maybe I was traveling. This was. I think I went to a maze in Berlin at that time, and oh right, this was the 1st of May. This was the 1st of May. Yeah, I went for. I remember. I remember now. Yeah, I had live stuff happening. That was. That was what happening. Vector obstructs. I don't know what was I doing here. Pause. I added a pause. Playback state. Lunar mod. I was trying out Farfaday's lunar mod. Avoid timing in replays. Yeah, this is fixing stuff for replays. Photo slap the Mosquitch. Oh yeah, I have the Mosquitch as well, which I completely forgot about. Does it even work? I wonder. Does the Mosquitch work? Let's try it in Finland. I think it was called Mosk. Mosk. Oh yeah, it still works. It is very slow, and it's like it's a Mosquitch that I photographed in Latvia, and then I put it in the game. Yeah, and then I made the. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun to make this, but I made it not for, I made it not for Shakedown originally. But I remember I made it in the on the stream, like in like 2 hours or something. So that was fun. That was fun to do. And maybe I'm gonna do more cars like this. At least the cars that you're not driving, but the cars that are just standing on the side. Yeah, this is cool. Yeah, but the problem is that it's a 4-wheel drive. not like a real life Mosquitch. I don't know if is the Mosquitch a real wheel drive or a front wheel drive. Maybe it's a real wheel drive. Those cars from the 70s were usually 60s actually. They usually were rear wheel drive. It was not until the 70s that Italians started making front-wheel drives more common. Nice. I can also watch the replay, right? Now that I have replays. That looks great from the front, to be honest. Okay, anyway, yeah. I completely forgot I have that one as well. Improve the Mosquitch and drive it. Yeah, that was already 85. Show off Mosquitch sounds of the future. I don't know what the sounds of the future are. Car switching, model loading, remove the spec 17 requirement. Yeah, this was when I made it moddable. I made this is already the modern Shakedown sort of, where with the demo and the split demo and paid version. So this where I made it moddable. Escape to open it. Yeah, this is the in-game menu that already exists. Um, auto mouse hiding. Modifiable. Oh, this is shooting me in the foot now. Auto mouse hiding. Because now I have to show it permanently when the file. Yeah, I need to fix this for the next release, because I have this like automatic hiding where you like if you hold the mouse still for like 3 seconds, it will hide, right? But the thing is that when I'm in this when I'm in the load, I don't want to hide the mouse. I should keep it. So I need to add a special case for that. All right, improve camera smoothing, reduced it. I don't know what I did there. Add noise to camera. All right. Oh, that was actually for the fly camera, right? I added noise. Game crashes when you change the camera during the menu, but only the first time. I forgot what was there. Car parameters stop and GUI. Okay. Blah blah blah. No more auto shifting when in air. Survive the storm. Oh, this was the storm stream when it was actually or maybe it was the one before. I remember when it was raining inside. If anybody has watched it at that time, my it was in my house, in the actual I mean not in the house but in the flat that I live in. My balcony door is leaking. It's still leaking, but nothing like this happened before. And then they announced another storm. Yeah, that was July, near the end of July. Any improvements, renaming the car, any and everything. Yeah, yeah, and then improve parameters, car model use endings. Yeah, this is still stuff that I want to add to improve. Release the game. Yeah, there it is. Release of the finish track, I think. Renaming the scene track to map. Yeah, this was a big change. This is why it didn't work trying to load Guanajuato, because it didn't rename scenes to maps. Blah blah blah. Fog. Yeah, moving stuff around in configs. Color correct. I don't know. Adding first to Finland. Nice. Shakedown loader. Oh, and that was it. That was it, right? Added some grass. I don't know what I did. And this is where I continue. So, oh no, this was actually the last one. This was the last from the previous generation. And then I did this, right? So it was end of August from the beginning of January, right? No, wait, this is not January. What is this? I'm confused. Yeah, it is the beginning of January. It's after New Year. This is where I so before, during September, October, November, December, I was working on Godot space game, which went nowhere. So yeah, basically I had a break of 4 months, and then I went back to Shakedown. Okay, I should say 4-month break. There it is. Just so that I know for the future. Yeah, and then I went for implementing a ring buffer, creating new wheels and implementing them, motion blur, and then file dialogues. I couldn't get it to work for saving replays, and then I finally got it to work and added the headlights to the state, and that's it. Here we go. That's the 100th stream. That's the whole year in review. Well, more like 2 years in review, right? Because when was the start? When was the start of the dates? It was actually February 23. That was last year, but this was a long time ago. This was way more than that. Anyway, there you go. Happy 100th. Recap. Done. I've finished the recap of all things that happened. That was a long journey. I showed off a little bit of C++, right? My C++ journey. I showed Betula, right? I showed the old engine. Yeah, and then, I don't know. I went through the whole thing. Sweden, Guana. The whole to-do. And yeah, let's actually put this as a recap. Okay. So, there you go. Let's put it actually like this. Showed off a little bit. Okay, so now it's 1:30. Oh my god, it's almost 1 a.m. Great. So I've been on for 2.5 hours showing all the stuff. Old engine, beginnings of Shakedown. There it is. I should do one of those like how it started and how it ended memes, right? Something like that. Anyway, so what do I want to do now? Well, I want to talk a little bit about the future, because this is what I said that I want to do, and yeah, so oops, not to do, but I want to say that the big to do. Okay, so this little file here, this to do, is everything I want to do on the game that I've kind of put on the paper. So as you can see, there's a lot of things, but there's also a lot of things in the archive. So I kind of, you know, I have stuff that I want to put in here. But here's the thing. Most of these things, yeah, most of the things are not done, of course. I need to, yeah, for example, yeah, let me slowly go through it. These are some stream ideas. These are not important because that's all things that are that I'm gonna talk about later. This is more like just some notes. Yeah, this is the V22 that I already published, and for the next version, the only thing that's left is to add tree colliders to Monty and to make sure that the demo builds fine. And then there's a few bugs with replay system, as I said, permanently show the cursor. And I want to change the OK button to say load and save. But I need to edit the imgui file folder thing, file dialog. Because it is a little bit annoying where you have a save and load. You can accidentally save. Oh, right. There's one more thing that I want to do. Overwriting with confirm. Wait. No. Confirm to overwrite. See if there's an easy way. Yeah, so if there's no easy way to do it, I definitely don't want to do it yet. So yeah, the next build is going to happen soon. Maybe even tomorrow. I just basically need to open these, and if everything works fine, right? If I can re-export Monty and add tree colliders, the build is going to be ready. But I still have to write the changelog, I have to write the blog post, and I'm thinking of also doing a little video. It was just showing the little features, saving and loading, and also motion blur wheels. Welcome. Oh, my chat says welcome to Notka's chat room, and I don't know why. Did it get disconnected? Who knows? Maybe I did. Um, Make OK button say low. Yeah. So that is for is for this version, right? That I'm working on, V23. For the next version, I'm gonna do some under the hoodiness, combining car and physics car. I actually talked about this on the previous stream. Combining, coupling the car and physics car basically to make it much easier, because this is going to allow me to work a lot easier in the next next time, in the next phases of everything. And what I also want to do is I want to have splat surfaces be part of the track config, because right now splat surfaces are actually baked. They're static, shipped with the game, as you would say. So if I go into physics, no, it's actually here, I think. Yeah, you have the surfaces, you have surface parameters, and then basically I just put them all in these splat surfaces. And right now I'm just using the same one, gravel, 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 gravel. But I should make them separate. Yeah, maybe I should do that as well. Make Finland surfaces actually feel different. And I put this add Tetro. Tetro is the car that I showed off. It's actually somewhere in the game. I think you can load it. Let's see if it actually works. So it's like a Group B car. Yeah, there it is. But it is using a custom sound, which is not great. Of course, you know, you can assume what it's inspired by if it's called Tetro. I'm not gonna say it out loud. But yeah, this thing, I do want to ship this one as the first other car that you can drive. But yeah, there's something wrong with the sound and I have to fix that. And it's not really that important. And yeah, I have to fix up the mesh because it's not great. Oh! You know what else? You know what else I was working on? I was actually working on improving the spec 17, the car in the game. I was actually working on improving the textures of that one. Yeah. So you can not improve the textures itself, but more make it skinnable. So anybody can create their own skins. This is something that is going to be possible in the future. Be able to make your own skins and then put them. But yeah, this thing is hard to drive. This thing is hard to drive. Let's try to drive it with any semblance. Oh, definitely one of the things as well I want to do is I want to improve the cockpit camera to make it a little bit gimbal in a nicer way, and also have some physics so that it's like your head shakes on impacts and stuff. I have a feeling like the gear ratios are completely wrong. I have to make that. Yeah, there's actually a lot of things to do for making a new car. Yeah, I just realized that I have to make the gears Yeah, but that all precludes. That not precludes, but that needs to happen after I do this physics car consolidation. So yeah, this needs to happen first. Oh, I am actually close to the WRC car. 3 seconds. That's not bad. Oh, fuck. Maybe it's even possible to make this... to drive... I think it is probably possible to do a record with this car, but it's just so hard to drive. Because I made the brakes, for example, really weak, and yeah, it just slides more as well. But there, I think this is actually gonna be faster than the WRC car. There you go, half a second faster. But then I'm stuck. Yeah, braking sucks. Braking is really bad in this car, but that's intentional, of course. Because Group B cars didn't have great brakes. They were powerful in a straight line. Yeah, this is a horror to drive. Anyway, yeah, then there's the Tetro, and you know what? I'm thinking about this. I'm gonna push back Tetro for different things. Skid marks. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about skid marks. But revamp of Monty, definitely. So yes, this is what I want to talk about a bit. That I want to improve Monty. I want to add a few more things. Yeah. Monty improvements. Yeah, so I say timeline. January, it consolidates. Consolidated carring physics car. I didn't put any replays. Monty improvements. Skid marks. Do I really want skid marks right away? For stream. Sweden. Yeah, but the skid marks also need consolidation. So consolidation of car and physics car is definitely something that has to happen. I should call it the car solidation. The car solidation needs to happen right after I publish the next version. Yeah, because this needs to happen so that a lot of other stuff can be implemented. Okay, so what are the other stuff that I have? Wheel race shouldn't collide with checkpoints. These are all little things. Hiding individual HUD elements. Yeah, I wrote this in last time. Particles not inheriting velocity in slow motion correctly. Yeah, I know that. Removing tree from object and material tags. No call exclusively. Yeah, this needs a re-export of everything. Maybe I could do this for this version actually, but I still have to re-export. I still have to re-export Monty to make sure that this works. Okay, so GLTF, add color layer. Yeah, this one I'm not sure if I want to do. Add low speed sideways. Oh yeah, tightening. Actually, I might skip this might skip in favor of refactoring handling completely. Add textual bindings to input. Yeah, that would be interesting to do on one stream. Trackside cameras, definitely something I want to do. That's a separate stream for that. You know, I could do that in stream ideas, like stream idea. Let's just put it like this. Can I do a hashtag? Hashtag stream idea. Particles disappearing problem. Didn't I fix this? Yeah, I'm not sure if I fixed this or not. Start position should start from the forwardmost point. Oh yeah. Something that I could fix in the next version. Camera smoothing parameters to config. Camera smoothing parameters. Yeah, these are not in the config right now. In-game camera tooltips. Yeah, current physics card consolidation. That's part of that's of course planned. UI scale. I don't have that. Yeah, I figured out that UI scale is like somebody complained that on gigantic like 4K screens the UI is tiny, and I didn't even think about this. So yeah, I'm gonna have to add a UI scale parameter. Add sound for helicopter camera. Yeah, there should be a, you know, flying around. Look around for orbit camera. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. I might push it later. If controller is not resting, it will override keys. Yeah, this is a known issue that I'm not sure I can fix at all. And then engine move ease functions to not math. Okay, maybe I even did this. Ease functions. Do I have an ease function? Not math. Smooth damping, smooth step, smooth bool. And this is old. Random compile seed. By the way, when I was talking about Betula, I wanted to actually, I forgot to show you that I actually have the Betula project in here. It's actually HPS Jam. There it is. This is the Betula project. And here's the thing. It's completely broken. It's completely broken. As you can see, everything is a problem. And the reason for that is simple, that you know, I've changed the engine so much that it's completely yeah, it doesn't work anymore. So it would be a nice actually stream to be able to try to rescue this project and try to build it for the new engine and see how it performs, you know. Yeah, on keep rest. Oh my god, I had these. This was not part of the engine. There was a bunch of things that was not part of the engine on scroll. And I used the namespace GLM. Yeah, this is the Cybertruck. Cyber. Yeah, cool. Debug physics. There it is. There's the character that Mikkel spawned. Yeah. This is the simulation of the person following you. Walk direction there. Medical character to the position of the camera. Debug draw. And then where is my ending? If pressed. Scene uniforms. I must have a break somewhere. So if it's spawned walking through, if length break there, but I actually I disabled it. This was the game ending, but I disabled it when I was testing. You dead. Yeah. That's pretty cool. So yeah, look how small the game is actually. That's the whole game. I'm just loading a static map and then I am but yeah, everything is broken right now. So I might actually come back to it and revamp it to the new engine. So what did I want to say? I wanted to say that let's go through to do is expose surface parameters to map config. This is something that is going to happen sooner than later. Engine move is functions. I don't know exactly what these are. Can I put some kind of a tag? I might actually put it like this because it's like maybe it's a maybe thing or maybe not. Attach all wheel collider objects to wheel point. Requires handling multiple wheel materials. Yeah, this is something that is for the far future. For now, it's fine. I should separate these into categories, right? Far future. Not necessary, not urgent. And then I have, stuff. Steam page. See how to make it. That's all. For Sweden, reduce growth of trails. Yeah, I have some Sweden things. Increase ice grip. And then waypoints. Yeah, so one of the big implementations for the future is I want to implement waypoints. And those are basically paths that... basically the dots that are going to define a road that you're walking on. And the reason for that is that in that way I can also find closest points in a line where the road center is. I can also track how much along the track you are. So you can display a little, like on the side, there could be like, this is how much you're progressing. And another thing is that it can be used for pace notes. So once you have pace notes, the co-driver is going to read the pace notes, and you will be able to see, you will be able to hear at certain points along the line. So this is a big feature that I need to implement at some point soon, not too late. Car switching, yes, this is okay. This is like done. Handle GLB cars, hard coded to GLTF. Saving parameters to config. Yeah, car switching, but not in-game car switching. This is like, this was a car ini. Physics handbrake, not before physics refactor. Oh, you can actually make italics, not before physics. Yeah. Physics. Kill engine when crashing at high speed. Yeah, this is also something for later, maybe. Downforce. This is definitely going to be part of physics Physics refactor. Maybe I should just put that into all the handling refactor. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm gonna put handbrake as part of the handbrake. I'm gonna put it here, and I'm gonna put the yeah, this should also be part of. I don't need the physics tag then, and let's move this. Reduce grip per axle friction. Anything else? Downforce. Yes. Downforce. Okay. Rev limiter. Yes, I definitely am going to need a rev limiter. And that's not dependent on the handling refactor. That's the drivetrain. Oh, this is actually the old handbrake refactor. Yeah, maybe I should archive all this. Rev limiter, holding brake should reverse in auto shifting. Yeah, this is something that has been requested a lot of times. People who don't know what keys are. Yeah, this is something that I should bring up actually. Somewhere to the top. So yeah, proxy mesh colliders to trees in Monty. Yeah, that's something that is going to be done now. So I'm gonna just put it over here. This is actually Monty stuff. Shadow blob, draw debug, draw improvements. Suspension force lines, yeah, hit point wheel axis, force application point. I actually have done this a few days ago. Hit point wheel axis. I don't know what that means. Wheel axis. Suspension force lines. Yeah, this one I actually have, but not. I have the suspension force circle. Force circle. I don't have the lines. Yeah, I could add the lines as well. Hit point wheel axis. I don't know what the hit point wheel. Oh, maybe that's testing for normals. Testing normals? I don't know. Anyway. Springs refactoring. Yes, I need to do bump stops to prevent grounding, helper springs, fast and slow rebound dampers. Overdamping should not stick the car to the ground. This is all things that is going to be actually part of the major handling refactor. So I'm going to add it here. There we go. Debug draw improvements. Yeah, that's what I add support for static night lights. Yeah, this is to support having the static night lights from the light for the lamps and stuff. Yeah, that's gonna be a major engine change, and I'm kind of scared of it. Config. What was this? Config add support for trailing comments. Oh, this is config stuff. I don't think I'm gonna do this. Trailing comments. Yeah, it's difficult. Rev limiter. Remove adds methods and replace them with set and shaders. Yeah, this is engine stuff. Engine improvements. Add wrong checkpoint. Yeah, I don't know. This is also not that necessary, but it's also player usability thing. Rev limiter. Yeah, this is definitely something that is going to be part of maybe the handling refactor, maybe not. Did I have the rev limiting already? I can't find it now, but I think it was somewhere here. Yeah, the wrong checkpoint. Fix neutral bounce. I don't know what the neutral bounce is. Oh, I think I actually fixed this. Oh, no, I didn't. The neutral bounce is when you hit a tree and it starts going backwards. That's a little bit of... Yeah, that's a huge critical problem with physics that I don't know how to fix exactly. Yeah, and then I have to do... This is all going to be part of the handling refactor. Converting rotating elements. Because right now they're only using 0 to 1. Geometry shaders. Yeah, these are just completely unnecessary. I should definitely add a unnecessary things. Low priority. Yeah, low priority. I'm just gonna put it into low priority. Bobbing heads. Definitely something I want to do. But I need requires adding driver models. Yeah, that's gonna be like driver models. That's gonna be a separate category of things. And I also need a 2-point-IK for the hands. That would be nice. 2-bone IK. Which would be not too difficult to make, I think. But yeah, I'm going to need driver models first. GL labels also not important. Tarmac PNG height. Oh, I should fix this. Maybe I can fix that now as well. Let's add more stuff to do. I accidentally have the tarmac's height to 255 instead of 256. I don't know how that actually happened. Yeah, and then there's a bunch of things. Refactoring mesh is valid versus renderable. That's not that important. Cockpit, improving cockpits, more physically gimbally. Yeah, I was talking about it. Spotlight cookies. That would be nice, but not necessary. Hide the mouse after 5 seconds. Oh, I actually did that. Mouse look should rest position back to where manipulation started. Interesting. I completely forgot about this one. Engine. Camera should be part of scene. That's also not low priority. You know, I don't really need to change that. Return dummy object. I think I actually implemented this. Add aspect ratio recalculation to camera. I'm pretty sure I'm already doing this. App needs to send resolution to camera. Yeah, I definitely have done this because I don't have those problems anymore about recalculating the camera. Key controls smoothing to config. Oh, I actually did this. I actually did this yesterday. This is for like smoothing parameters. So now when you go to config, I've actually added to bindings. Oh, not in this one, but in some other one. In this one, perhaps. No. Where's my config? Where's my main config? In the bindings, there it is. Keyboard steer attack and keyboard steer release. Those are the weights of how fast does the key input rise and how much it goes down. How fast, basically, the rate of it. And yeah, I did this. Where was that? Key control smoothing. Ignition install. Yeah, I don't have that yet. That's all going to be part of the handling refactor. Yeah, I'm gonna put this into drivetrain. Spectator sounds. Yes, spectators. I should add spectators. Yeah. Supply sun direction to shader. Yeah, I don't have the sun direction. Don't look for sun cube, but sun instead. Yeah, I should rename sun cube to sun at some point. At sun point. And yeah, I should remove UV2s from the engine. I keep forgetting that. To make the model files slightly, well, actually to make the game a little bit more efficient. But maybe I can use this UV2 for something else, for some other data that I'd need for meshes. I don't know. Exhaust boom. Yeah, nighttime. Nighttime is like implemented already, kind of. So I'm just gonna make it done. Helicopter sounds, yes. Don't I have that up there? To add helicopter sounds. Oh, there it is. Helicopter. I think I can delete it because add sound for helicopter camera. Yeah. Reverb in tunnels, that would be cool. Parallelized GLTF loading, that's also low priority. Multiple GLTFs at the same time. I don't know what does that mean. Support loading multiple GLTFs. Oh, in parallel. That's also not that important. That's going to be optimization for the future. I don't want to optimize anymore. I want to just implement stuff right now. Engine stuff, add ability to add custom loaders. That's also stuff for the future. Spectator sounds, spectator flashes. Okay, glowing brakes. Yeah, that would be cool to make. Sooner rather than later. RPM limits. Requires drivetrain. Auto shift. Requires drivetrain refactoring. Yeah, those are all things that I'm gonna do in the refactor. Don't create mesh colliders for same mesh twice. Interesting. I don't know why. Because it's creating the same. Yeah, I completely forget. I completely forgot it's actually there are instances of the same mesh that don't need to have different mesh colliders. Car reflection. Yeah, that would requires normals. Requires normals. I'm gonna say support normals. Engine time setting the new seed is not great. Yeah, I think that's okay. Low priority. Engine optimization, static objects should have tight ABBs. Yeah, I want to actually implement this. Once sleeping can be const. Okay. I can add that as interesting things. I can say curiosities. Okay. Engine optimization, static objects, yeah. Engine add ability to read object count from GLTF. Yeah, that would be actually nice to be able to predict. Okay, let's say predict how many objects are going to be loaded instead of oh yeah, well, and resize the objects vector accordingly. Yeah, basically I need to find how many objects are there in the yeah, that would be interesting. Audio, layered audio, yeah. Skinning, skeletal animation. This is all stuff that I would need for driver models. Okay, so there we go with these. Low priority. Curiosities. Asset loading refactor. Read number of objects. Oh, look at that. Load assets to memory only. Upload assets to upload. I do actually have that as a separate thing. Add pixels to thank you. I still haven't done it. Oh, damn. I should add that. Let's add that into the next version. I need to make sure to do that. Curiosities. Yeah, and then there's a bunch of art stuff, right? So what I just read was implementation. Mexico. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Mexico. I'm just gonna skip all it. Jersey barriers. I've actually done it, and I've done the crowd barriers. Street lamps. I don't remember if I did it. Monty. Okay, look at how many stuff needs to be done for Monty. Rename tree materials to no call. This is something that is okay. I'm gonna bring this up. Okay. I'm gonna move iguana later. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Okay, but for now, mill. I'm gonna cancel the mill. I don't need the mill. Shrubs. Combine houses into single meshes, right? Because they're all made out of parts. I do want to add procedural houses from Guana. Rock should be tarmac surface. Stage blockers. Yeah, definitely. So stage blockers are basically stuff, props that are gonna block the exits, so that players don't get lost. Crowd flags, right, and crowds. Fix hole after first tunnel. There's a hole? I don't remember. Electricity poles. Add lights in big tunnels. Not possible before lighting refactor. I'm gonna move that down. And add lights. Add street lamps. Lamps for... I'm gonna say after lighting refactor. Add lights in the big tunnels and add street lamps. Street lights for night version. Yeah, hole in the river, rocks and cliffs. Traffic signs, of course. I don't have any traffic signs. I've completely forgot about this. Crowds, yeah, and crowd flags. Hole in the window in the town. Oh, there's a hole. Splat surfaces. Definitely. Yeah. So I want to do this until in 10 days. Can I do this? Until the actual Monty happens. And it's happening 27, 28 weekend. Right? That's the weekend that it's happening. Hopefully I can finish all this. And then for Sweden, well, there's a bunch of other stuff that I don't want to read now. Okay, and that's almost it. So far into the future, if you're still there, if you're still not dead, if you're not sleeping like me and listening, actually, I want to. Okay, do we have any snacks? Let me check. Oh my god. I found some poppy seed strudels. I completely forgot about that. My mom brought it to me. Nice. Okay, cool. So, the big features that are awaiting me. Now let's actually move this into here. For the future, skid marks. Big feature, but not that big actually. Waypoints, I was talking about it. You have paths, stage progress awareness, pace notes, and a co-driver. That's going to be a big feature. Damage. Damage, I have no idea where to even begin. Should I just do vertex damage, like bending, or should I do some replacement of parts? The problem is, it will require modders to implement this. Yeah, so it's not that great. Damage is always a problem. Cars and track separation. I've actually done this. They have been separated from the main config. But the more important thing is in-game menu for selecting cars and tracks. Well, let's make it separate thing. In-game menu. Okay. Poppy seed pastry is the best. Yeah, thank you. I mean, this one is a bit... Well, first it was in the fridge for a few days, and it's very... it's kind of wet and compact, so it's not... it's not the best, but it's still tasty. Anyway. So yeah, in-game menu, and then switching cars and tracks in game. Yeah, and then drivers, right? Driver model, puppet physics, and two bone IK. That would be great to do. That's going to be a big feature. The worst thing is I have a feeling like this is going to take forever to implement compared to most of other stuff. And then, of course, the new HUD. I actually should do new HUD probably earlier because this, this HUD, while serviceable, it doesn't look great. You can see that ImGUI. You can see that ImGUI from far away, right? So I would love to make a custom UI for the game because it doesn't look professional when you're using ImGUI and just having sliders for all the values. So yeah, definitely something that I want to add into the game to make it professional, to make it look professional. Yeah, maybe that's one of the things that I might do much sooner than later. Definitely before damage. Damage, I think, is going to be the last thing that I'm going to do. But here's the thing. Before the driver model, before this puppet physics for driver, I am actually going to have the driver model, static driver model, before this. So, these are the big features. And of course, I mean, it's not like I'm not gonna mention it, but I mean, content needs to be made, right? But these are all to implement. This does not have to do anything with art. Oh, well, the static driver model does have to do with that. Yeah, let's just put it. Big features implementation. Okay, so there you go. This is the future of Shakedown Rally. New HUD, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should do it much sooner. In-game menu. Well, this is not the in-game menu, right? This is just the prompt. This thing, right? That's not a menu. I want a menu that you can go up and down, so that you don't need to use these weird ImGUI windows, right? Navigable in-game menu. That's what I meant. Okay. And yeah, so this is done. Switching cars and tracks in game. That's definitely gonna be yeah, I am definitely gonna have to make the menu first before switching. I'm just thinking about the sequence. What's gonna be... Oh yeah, one more thing that I want to add. Switching cars and tracks. Different layouts. For tracks, right? Because there's a moth. There's a moth. Okay, flying. I'm afraid of moths. They're the worst. Okay, anyway. Not afraid that's scared, but just afraid of them destroying the clothes. That's what I mean. And also infesting my pantry, which I had a great time eradicating them from the pantry. Anyway, different layouts for tracks. Yeah, for maps. So what I mean by this different layouts for maps, I don't think I actually ever talked about this. But basically what I want to do is I want to be able to have so that on a single map model, you can load different layouts, right? You can load stages, different stages for maps, right? On single maps, let's say it like that. So yeah, you should be able to have switchable, like multiple stages in a single map. Let's say multiple on maps. Okay, yeah, that's something that I planned from the beginning, but I keep forgetting to add this. Anyway, so yeah, that's the system. And definitely this is something that I want to do earlier. Skid marks. The skid marks are such a, I don't know, it's a cosmetic thing. Skid marks are a cosmetic thing. They don't play any role. So, I don't know. I have a feeling like I should push it back. Maybe I should do the HUD first, actually. Oh yeah. And then of course there is the big content additions. And those are going to be the updated Monty. That's going to be the first thing. And I do want, so I didn't talk about this before, but I actually want to extend Monty. And what do I mean by extend? Well, I want to add a few more roads so that you can actually make multiple layouts on the Monty. And I'm actually not sure if I want to do it now, before the actual Monte Carlo rally, because I don't have switching of tracks anyway. Yeah, that's gonna be hard to. Yeah, maybe I should just focus on updating the current Monty, not on multiple layouts. Because I'm thinking now how to actually implement multiple layouts. Is that something that I could do quickly? So right now how it works, let's launch Blender and let's open Monty. Wow, I've been 3.5 hours just talking. 3.5 hours just not doing anything and just talking about my plans and the history. I mean, that was what this is all about. Oh, here's Finland, using geometry nodes and everything. And then if I hide Finland, is it gonna load everything? I hope not. No. Okay. Yeah, let's actually go to general. I'm gonna hide Sweden as well. I don't need that. I'm gonna turn on Monty. Let's see what happens. Is it gonna explode? Is my computer gonna explode? Oh my god, it has actually loaded really quickly. So here's Monty. It actually loaded much faster than in my engine. Planning is work also. It is, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. It's the entire Monty. And I even have the cars here. Yeah, and here's the starting. So when you start a game, this is what you see. You see this car, which actually doesn't get hidden. Yeah. So yeah. And so what were the extensions that I want to do? Well, I already have this road going up, right? Oh my god, what is this? What is going on here? This shouldn't be here. Bridge Origs. Okay, this should not be on. Okay. We have this road that goes nowhere. If you play the demo, you probably know it because a lot of people who played the demo, right? They drive around, they drive here, and then they turn left, even though all the arrows say turn right. They turn left and they go up here and they go into nothing. So the first thing that I need to do in the new revamp, I need to add the stage blockers so they're like nobody turns here. But yeah, anyway, here's the thing. There is this beautiful place in real life that is called the what is it called? Alguin. Sorry, it's called. Is it Alguin or Igloon? Oh no, it's Igloon. Oh my god, I thought it was Alguin all this time. I just flipped around the I and L. So this thing is this famous road that you see on the photos of all the Group B all the Group B things. So let me see. This one, right? You have definitely seen this image. Well, I can't open it. It's on Pinterest. iGloon. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I was just like googling for Rally Monte Carlo cliffs. This is iGloon. This bridge over here, that's actually this bridge. So you can see that the cars cross this bridge and then they go through a tunnel and they go through this little tunnel and along this cliff. And eventually it ends up in a little town through two hairpins and then in a little town. And the thing is that I don't really have, I really wanted to have this in game, but I don't really have this super tight, like it's incredibly tight. It's like less than 2 car widths, right? And I'm thinking about adding this. And when I'm looking at the map and I'm seeing this little ravine with a little stream, you know, and it's also this, it has this wedge, right? It goes from here, the road, and then goes through here. And when I see this, I notice that basically this ravine here is the same thing in Monty. And so I'm thinking, I do already have 3 roads crossing this, but I'm thinking of adding one more over somewhere upstream over here, so that you can even see the city from up there. But look at this, it's actually kind of perfect. If you have the road over here going along, and then you can have it go through a tunnel through this cliff and then through another cliff, and basically it is this thing, right? It's like that's the super narrow place. And then there somewhere here you can put a little town. Well, I say I can put a little town. And here's the cool thing. This bridge, when you're crossing this bridge, you have this little nice vista on the little town on the hill. That would be cool. And then I simply make all the other mountains much higher so that you can see something above. Yeah, so this is one thing that I was thinking. So, and where is this road going? Where this road would go over the bridge and go to the other side and then go along here. And there's 2 things. I could either make it hairpin here and go down to here, or I can continue and have this super fast road that goes all the way somewhere over there, And because I'm really missing in Monty, I'm really missing some high-speed sections. And I want to add a high-speed section here. And, you know, it would go straight next to the river, perhaps, a little bit next, a little bit out. And then I would come to, I think I should add another town where there is a hairpin. I was just thinking about this. Because in real rally there is this little town with a hairpin when there's and I kind of want to add that with a hairpin, and then you go back onto this road and up into the Igloon ravine. But that means that I would like almost double the number of roads. And then on the other side, when you have the little town, it would pass through that little town, and then I don't know, something here would happen. Maybe there could be another bridge. Maybe this thing should connect via the little bridge here to the other side somehow when the road goes over here, something like that. So basically, the reason why I have all these connections is so that I have a lot of like loops that I can make and I can turn into multiple layouts. And yeah, this is what I was thinking about. I could even add some road here that goes down to this piece, because this turn is kind of dead. I'm not a great fan of it. Because there's nothing interesting here in this corner. This is the corner of the map I hate the most. This weird bend just in a ravine, and there's no even like a stream going down or something. I do have a little channel here that should take the water in, but it is a bit weird. So maybe I was thinking to make this actually useful by putting a little hairpin road here that goes up to that Igloon thing. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. It could be possible. Yeah. So that's what I was thinking about. Just so you know. To extend it. But I don't think I have time to do it this year. Because I want to implement other stuff, and I don't know. Maybe I will try it. Maybe I will try it someday. Okay, so that's what it comes to Monty. And by the way, the only track that actually has a lot of interesting loops is Sweden. So if I go to Sweden, let's see, can I not the test Sweden export, not even this works. World, here's the world of Sweden. As you can see, the entire map actually has a lot of loops, and when I'm driving Sweden, I start from here and I drive this. I go here to here and then do a little loop. And then I usually end up here, or I take this little road. But there's this loop, there's this loop. And I mean, I'm not really interested in loops, right? I can do any point-to-point thing. So Sweden is the only map that currently supports it. Finland is very simple point-to-point thing, but I made it such that it would be simple to add more roads. So as you can see, it's basically a point-to-point thing. This is where I start. This is the first turn. This is next to the lake thing, and then you turn right, and then you end up in this forest. But it has this branching of the roads. It has this branching of the roads, and of course it has this. This exit is completely off, and this exit is yeah, somewhere there. So I could make more roads here, put it into some coastline of the lake, I don't know, and connect these, you know, to make a few loops, something like that. So yeah, that's for the future of Finland and Sweden. And of course, oh yeah, well, I say Sweden is the only one, but actually Guyana Guyana also has a bunch of loops. There's a loop, yeah, you can take this one, you can go through the tunnel, you can go through here in the city, and then also the tunnels, they all have different loops. You can go through this tunnel, and then there's the underground that goes like this, and then there's another tunnel that goes through here. So yeah, there's actually a bunch of loops in Guyana. Yeah, anyway, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So, but yeah, I'm thinking if I should end it here with like a promise of future, if I should try to add some stuff to Monty, and perhaps I can even export it. Okay. I'm gonna make some tea now that I've eaten all the poppy seed strudels. All right. Yeah. Oh my god, my back hurts a bit. And it's been what? Well, let's say 20 minutes to 4 hours. So let's try it since we're here already. Why not? I'm gonna revert everything just in case. Blender 4 not responding. Okay. Let's hide Finland. Let's turn on Monty. Good thing is that all the textures are back here. Okay, so, well, what was actually my process for exporting? I have no idea. I don't remember anything. Is this procedural? It is. Is it procedural? No, it's not. I did actually bake everything. And this one, yeah, it does have baked. Oh, what the hell? Wait. Bridge origs, right. This one I should hide. Bridge curved. Those are the bridges. Okay, let's see what is going on. There's the Chamois, the famous one. Church fence. Flat church fence. Yeah. I wonder how much baking has changed. Can I rebake? Eevee. No, not Eevee, but cycles. Baking. Bake above surface. Selected active color attribute. Okay, so it will save to the active color attribute. Shit. Okay, where is position? material light map. Ah, I have light map. But here's the thing, I actually want to load, I completely forgot. Ah, so I have to go through everything and make sure. Okay, let's see if this I can bake again. I'm gonna save this just in case. Okay, it has changed slightly. It has actually improved, I think, the baking. Oh, I can't I can't redo. So let's see. Yeah, the bake is slightly, oh, but I am actually baking at a lower precision. That's the thing. Yeah. All right, this whole thing is a single object. I completely forgot about that. The parking lot. And this thing. Right, the problem is that I need to rename all the light map attributes. Damn it. Yeah, I also have this vertex color view only, and I should probably extend the focal length. Okay, yeah, this is only the baked light that you can see. And are these all like instances? Yeah, they are. They're all instances of objects. And some of them are okay, but some of them are just not really designed well enough. Yeah. All right, so these are all, yeah, I need to check how did I export all the surfaces. Riverside. And this mountain, it's also a single mesh. And mountain 2, that's, oh, mountain 2 is the trees on the sides. And this is the background mountains. No colliders. Yeah, first off, I need to make this sure that this trees tree sprite. This is single sprites. Why do I have these single sprites? I did forget when I can do them procedurally. Yeah, this is not a surface. Okay, so I have to go back to Finland to see how I was doing the procedural colliders. So this thing, the road, I had a notebook so that it doesn't bake. And the original materials, I'm actually interested in materials. Finland, there is Finland stems. Yeah, these are all the stems I used, which is basically the original non-procedural objects that I use to proceduralize things. Yeah, which one is this? This is a spruce. I must have these are the connections. Xmas trees. Finland fir. Okay. It is called trees. Oh, these are the colliders. Aha, and then I had colliders for individual. Interesting. Okay. So I would need to do the same thing for Monty as well. And then these would have proxy, called proxy. Spruce bush here, I could just call it spruce. Finland grass. Oh yeah, and I also want to see what are the colors that they have. Okay, they have a color attribute that just says color. And there's no splat. There's no splat on them. That is really interesting. And this one says light map. That's bad. This one also says light map. Okay, let me actually convert this to mesh so that I can see what's going on. There it is. I have a color and I have a splat. So it needs to become, yeah, it needs to become splat. No, it needs to become color. I need to rename everything in the Monty to color. Yeah, there it is. Now it doesn't work. Yeah, I should probably write a script or something to automate this. But yeah, let's just do it manually because why not? Okay, and of course I need to make sure that all of this, well, at least for this, all right. So the reason why this is black is because the shader that it is using should not use the wall stone. All right, that's the wrong one. Road wall. Yeah, it's this one. Should use color instead. Yeah, if you want to see the color. So here's the thing. I can actually plug in a special group into this. Okay, let me fetch the tea, by the way. right. Let me see what's going on. Yeah. I actually want to add this into a group. Can I cut this? Can I cut this in two? There it is. I'm gonna group this. And well, I don't need this anymore. Can say, yeah, this thing is gonna be called light map. And the reason why I put it in a separate thing is that, yeah, I always multiply, is that now I can simply disconnect when I wish to not see the light map. And it should work on everything that uses it. So yeah, that's the idea at least. So now I can add this light map color to everything, right? If I want to see the light map. So, oh yeah. I do need to multiply as well. Should I multiply inside? Maybe I should multiply inside as well. Like this. Yeah, this is going to be white by default. Okay, so instead of this thing, I'm going to do this. And there you go. Now everything you need to do is just put everything through this. And then I have the roadside, tarmac, grass, wait, oh yeah, doesn't matter actually. Yeah, there we go. You can see now the color, even though, oh no, it is a correct color. All right, so did I actually change everything? I did. Rename to color. Yeah, this shouldn't have UV2s actually. This one has UV2 for some reason. That's old stuff. Pre-bridge. What's a pre-bridge? Oh, that's the thing. Pre-bridge. I completely forgot my naming scheme. Okay. So I have that. And yeah, this one, what is this material? This material is bake wrapper. Oh, look at that. I actually have this. I have done this before. I've completely forgotten that I have this bake wrapper. Great. You see, this is the best thing. When you do something twice and suddenly you have a unplug this. Yeah. But why is there twice? Two multiplies. I don't know. Anyway, this should be replaced with a new light map. Which is completely black. Is it completely black because... Yeah, I don't know exactly why it is. Oh. There you go. I didn't rename. Alright, and this thing also uses a bake wrapper. This should also have a bake wrapper. Light map color, whatever it is. So there we go. We now have light maps. Oh, what is this? Tunnel wall. Tunnel walls not using color. Oh, and this one has a UV map too. There it is. All right, looking good. Looking good. Why is this so pitch black? Yeah, and this giant mountain, I'm gonna have to move it. No, I have two sun cubes. Sun cube old. Oh, this is the new sun cube. This is the Finland sun cube. Okay, look, let's not use sun. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have different suns. This is the Monty sun. So which direction does it point? Okay, the negative is pointing towards. That sucks. Okay, let's call this Monty Sun Deer. Okay. And I'm gonna put this into Monty. All right. Yeah, let's actually reorganize this. You know what? Let's save as... What is save as incremental? Save the current Blender file with a numerically incremented name that does not overwrite any existing files. Oh, B5. No, let's not let's not call it B5. Let's call it B4. B4 Monty. Okay. Monty Sandir. And Monty start. So yeah, I'm gonna rename this. Did I change anything? Oh, I moved the header up. No, I didn't want to do that. Yeah, so instead of SunCube, that's not now gonna destroy everything. Okay, I'm gonna try to find both. Do I have a try find? I forgot. Try find, yes, there is. Gets a game object by name without pushing an error. If the returned object is valid, is false, then it wasn't found. Okay, yeah, good. So I have, let's try find SunCube. And I'm gonna SunCube SunDeer. SunCube object. SunDeer object. Now let's just call it go. Try find, and I'm gonna say but it needs to end on. That's the thing. Okay, that's gonna be one of these, one of those when you're loading all objects, if movable. If name is SunCube or name ends with yeah, this is very inefficient. Movables are likely to be happen more often. Splat source. Also splat source. Yeah, this is what sucks with using strings. Because then you have to check everything. every object needs to be checked. Also, start. Start can be this. I can actually early out if game start position found. And I can also early out here. I can early out on sun deer. Okay, let's do a game object pointer. Sun deer object. Sun deer go. Let's call it like that. And let's initialize the null pointer. So if sun deer go is null pointer, and name is sun cube, or ends with sun deer. All right. Sun deer go is object go pointer. And I'm also going to render false. Oops. Oh, by the way, this should be outside. Yeah, it needs to be outside all of the stuff. For each of the objects. Okay. So I'm gonna keep it here. Sun deer object. Render false. Okay. It has found it. Oh. Yeah, I can actually, I don't need to even pick this. I can directly just set the, I can just do this. Debug sun rays, sun init. Yeah, I don't need the game object of try find. Yeah, but I still need to have, yeah, I will have to. Okay, so sun deer go. We're not gonna do that. Instead, we're gonna see if sun deer go is not null pointer, then we're just gonna take the Sandir Go, unpack it, and get the transform. Oh, no, you can actually use the pointer. But I can say that by default, it's going to be up. Yeah, it's going to be 0, 1, 0. Is there GLM up? There is no up. Up. Okay. Something like this. Yeah, so I'm going to delete this. Instead, we'll have a sun direction. And then I can say else spellog error. No, let's do a warn. Sandir sun direction object not found. Sun is top down. Something like that. What's going on here? This is okay. And then I do that. That should work. That's a nicer way to do that. Okay, so now I need to have a sun direction for each of the tracks, but at least the sun direction is here. For now, I'm actually going to, yeah, well, it's going to warn if it didn't found. And this one, this is the Finland. So I'm basically going to retire the sun cube. This is going to be the Finland sun cube, sun deer. And I'm gonna drop it in Finland. Right? Finland, there it is. Okay. And this sun is actually the correct sun that we're gonna use for baking. Okay. Okay, let's try to export just the surfaces. And let's see what happens. Let's see if everything is correct. Roads. I should actually categorize this as, damn it, damn trees. I should categorize this as Monty export, as I did with Finland. And then put everything in here. Oh, I have the checkpoints as well. Yeah, almost forgot about that. And you know, I already kind of built in the defaults, built in the layout with this default. Alright, so for now, I'm only going to export the surfaces. So it's just that. Oh, wait a minute. This is part of town. This is part of town. Oh, it's bridge. Okay, bridges, and I guess it should be here so that they can drive on it. Did I change all of these to use color? And they should also use light map. Okay. This is shading, right? Shading should also have a far plane stretched out. And, oh yeah, it already does. Kind of. Okay. Save this. So there's only the sun. I can kill the UV maps as well. But yeah, let's keep it just for... All right. All right, let's also make a copy. Just make sure that Monty is copied. Okay. Now I can export. All right, and the most important thing does the Shakedown GLB work? Oh yeah, it also needs attributes. But that's another story. Okay, Monty. Let's see what happens. All right, let's go to Monty. Okay, there it is. Oh. It didn't export the start. What happened there? Ah, it should be part of this, of course. Should be part of Monty export. There it is. Okay, it still works. That's good news. The exports are still viable. no blocking things here. Oh, the tunnels are missing. Yeah, everything seems to be okay except for the sun deer. Alright. So yeah, there was something saying there. Object by the end of sun cube not found. Yeah, that's because it's the old version. So let's actually compile. And let's see if it works. I haven't seen For All Mankind the last episode yet. See declaration of sun deer. Oh, I'm actually declaring in an if. Thank you. Declaration hides previous local declaration. You know, this would shoot me in the foot if I didn't turn on this as error. Okay, so what does it say? Did it find warning? Yeah, I think it did. Okay. Let's see when I bake the release. And meanwhile, let me export the tunnels as well. Tunnel along small trees. Okay, bridges, curved. Oops. Okay. Yeah, let me export Monty. So did it say, no, it doesn't say anymore. No checkpoints. This is a free roam map. Okay, yeah, the sun works again. That's great. That's great. One more thing is that yeah, let's actually test Finland. Does it still work with the old sun cube? Yeah, it does. Right? It doesn't report any errors. Yeah, except for these units scaled. Okay, that's good. That's good. And tunnels, I did change them to use color. Good. All right. So this one doesn't need colors. What else do we have? We have the entire town. Church. Okay. I'm gonna use the, yeah, light map. For this. Okay, and the house roof. Should also use the light map wrapper. But of course, house doors as well. And why do I keep asking this for a UV map? I don't know. House door, there's also the house frame. Roof, stone. Okay. So I just need to convert everything to color. Wait, what's wrong with this material? House paint. All right. House paint. Concrete tile. This is the thing that is taking all the memory. I think. This is this gigantic texture that I have here. House paint. Damn house paint. Damn new house paint. Yeah, for the fences as well. Okay. Okay. All the okay. The only thing left is benches. Car. Okay, and what about fences? Oh, I've actually renamed them. Cool. Okay, so all of the objects now use the new naming scheme. There it is. You can actually see the whole thing. Nice. We can see them use the new. Cool. Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah. And now I can export everything that I have so far. Tunnel, 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 tunnel. Church. Church. No, I even have the movables. Okay, well, you know what? Let's export everything now. Let's see if everything works. Oh! Fuck. Something is wrong. This is way too long. Array length mismatch expected got 1344. Extracting primitive cube. More than one shader node texture image used for a texture. The resulting GLTF sampler will behave like the first shader node text image. Interesting, I didn't notice this before. Okay, what could be the problem? There's gotta be something in the town, right? Because this is okay. Okay. Oh, maybe it's the car. It has roughness and metallic. These are not needed at all. Okay, something is wrong here. But which object? It doesn't tell me which object. It just says there's an error. Is it the parked car? No. Is it the bench? Oh, it is the bench. There's something wrong with the bench. Okay, custom split normals. Was that the problem? I don't know. Okay, looks like it got fixed. There we go. Okay, let's see if everything works again. It looks exactly the same as before. That's a good sign. Yeah, it feels the same. Okay. So, good thing is that I can export in the same way that... Okay, except that we have missing trees, and of course we have missing checkpoints. So here are the checkpoints, and we have trees. Let's do it without trees for now. Okay, let's test the checkpoints. Does everything work? No issues. Aha, mesh collider for plane 005. For plane 010. Oh! There's a window in the middle. What the hell is that? Who are you? Oh, plane 0. What the hell? It's part of Sweden. Why is Sweden not completely hidden? Why is Sweden not completely hidden? There we go. No errors. Good. Good, everything feels the same as before. These are movables. Yeah. Good. Let me actually compare how big it is. Yeah, let's shut down Betula. Now that I don't have... Yeah. Oh, the new one is actually slightly... What? It's 19 megabytes compared to 10 megabytes. That's a bummer. Even without the trees. Maybe it's because I'm not exporting as... not exporting as JPEG. Let's try this. Monty with JPEG. Oh, now it's a lot slower. Now it's a lot smaller actually. Okay, anyway. Anyway, I think I'm going to... Yeah, it's too late already. It's too late. But yeah, I think it's good that it works. Oh yeah, by the way, let's try exporting trees. I just wanted to try trees. Just wanted to try trees. Trees, trees, trees. Do they still work? There it is. Everything looks fine. No errors. That's good. I should replace the wheels though with the new wheels. There we go. Everything looks the same. It's still not colliding. That's good. Yeah. Trees. Trees, trees, trees. But how did I actually implement this in Finland? With separating. Okay, let's actually try to prepare for shakedown. Please don't error. Please don't error. It didn't error. That's great. That's great. Okay, so what it did is it split. Oh my god, what is this? Call proxy. Okay, so what it did is it split an object trees, and then you have the call proxy. It has also split this one, and then there's also the ground. Why is it moving like this? Oh, it's because it's combined with the rest. So I just split this thing so that I would say no call. Okay, but there, where is proxy? Call proxy. Okay, it's there. I can see the cold proxy is there, but why is it not showing? I'm not even plugging in the alpha. Ah, there it is. It does have an alpha. I completely forgot about this. That's why it's not showing anywhere. Okay, so tomorrow I'm gonna add the collision proxies to all the trees in Monty, so that you can actually collide. And I might actually change these trees. Right? Did I actually revert now? I did, right? Yeah. Okay. But I was thinking... Yeah, what if I decide to add a road? No, I'm not gonna do that. No, okay. The good thing is that... I can re-export and everything works, right? It's... I wanted to say Unity. No, it's Blender 4 and everything works. That's good. That's very good. That's very good. All right. So I think that's it for today. Tomorrow I'm gonna add all the proxies to the trees. How do they work? I need to remember. And then of course distributing the faces, instancing, realizing, named attribute. This is some old shit. Instancing collection. Yeah. So which one is the collection? Instancing collection. Tree stems. Yeah, I have to rename everything here. This needs to be Monty stems, so it doesn't mix up with everything else. Yeah, this is the generic mountain road. And then they have the bridges. Yeah, when I was doing Sweden, I had these stems. Yeah, it starts with a stem. Should probably rename all of this to follow the same convention. What is this? Oh, that's the fucking plane. I don't know where this should be. Okay. So yeah, if I wanted to add a new road, what I would do is I would say create a new curve. But first I would go into surface meshes. Okay, go in here, say Bezier curve, do something, and then create a new modifier, geometry nodes, and let's see, do I have a road street? Oh, look at that. I have some street roads already that I can just put anywhere. Yeah, but this one doesn't have any. Can I do a stack along curve? Oh, right. No ends. Yeah, they changed something here in stack along. Okay, let's do roads. if I wanted to do a mountain road in here. There you go. It's a nice road. And oh, this thing. It should also be color. Stack along curve. Yeah, it is actually the geometry that I'm plugging in here, not the object. Let's put this outside so that I can switch it with a different one. And if I make this one stem Monty road wall, there it is. And now I have a little thing here. The bridge. Oh, and this should not twist. You always need to remember that. And then wonder if I can just put it down. Through hairpins. but super tight hairpins, like insanely tight. Like the ones I've seen in some of the photos. This would be crazy. But it is actually real. This kind of hairpins do actually exist. Okay. Nice. There's something aesthetic about this. Okay, so I'm gonna put this, all of this down. This is ridiculous. This is too ridiculous. Hello there, hello Sleepy. Random question, but can't you make the spline snap to the mesh? I could, but then I lose control. Because the mesh is like... Yeah, I prefer editing the mesh manually. Because I want to... Actually, it's the other way around that I want to do. I want to edit the road first and then the mesh. So it's like the road is much more important to me. These should be off. But you know what would be nice to do procedurally? It would be nice to be able to pick which part of the mesh has the wall, you know? So it's like, well, I want the left one to have the wall, and the right one just continues into here. You know, something like that. Yeah, this one is way too steep. Yeah, this is actually the most ridiculous location to put a to put hairpins on. I just thought that it would look cool, but now that I see it, it's ridiculous. It would make more sense maybe if it was here. But here on the top of this rock, I don't know. Yeah. So when you can switch between the two sides, then you would be able to do like everything procedurally without having to know the... Yeah, but the problem is, how do you designate which point? There is a weight thing. Maybe I can use the weight of the curve to design, to say which side should it be. There's a radius as well. I'm not using any of these. I'm not using... Oh, the tilt. I had no idea that there is a tilt thing. Whoa, I can add camber like this. How come I never use this? How come I never use the tilt? Okay. So yeah, let's test this ridiculous road in game. Just for, you know, shits and giggles. And then let's go to sleep after that. Just want to see how this ridiculous thing feels. It's not collide. And is it worth it? And then we can have some cliffs here. Okay. And I'm just gonna fall off the cliff here. Yeah, I think that this is too much. This might be too much. Yeah, maybe a longer hairpin road would make sense. But this tiny thing is ridiculous. A little bit. Procedural tools and bladder is pretty fun to just mess around with. Yes, it is. POG development. Also, what's been with the space game? The space game is, well, on break from that one for now. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if it's gonna automatically convert. Prepare for shakedown. Oh no! Fuck! Did I save? I made a mistake. Fuck! Okay. Fuck. Oh, okay, it is. I did save it. I did save it, right? Yeah, this was after I... Was it? Yeah, it was. Yeah. Yeah, this was the last thing. Yeah, wrong thing. I wanted to actually select all and just export. And by the way, I should call this one not the curve, but Monty Road test. Something like that. Oh! What am I doing wrong here? Wait a minute. Yeah, there is a problem. I have to convert this to mesh explicitly. It is extremely annoying. But you actually have to do it. There's something wrong with it being applied. I think that's probably the problem. Yeah, that was the problem. Okay. So there is no way to climb up. So we're gonna go into slew mode. Hello there. Hello there, road. This is how you test things. Whoa. This road is actually not that bad. I think it's way too steep for realism. Oh! I fell off the map. It's a weird bump. Oh! I jumped again. I'm just not looking. Oh my god, we're so far up. Maybe this is too far up. You fall off and you're falling down forever. Almost. Reverse, this just doesn't work. This is way too high. Yeah, this is something that you need handbrake for. And this is how you get to the rest of the map. Yeah, I actually wanted to check. Can you actually see? You can't even see the hairpins from here. They're so high up. Yeah, maybe I should put it lower. Yeah, you can't even see from here. It's so high. So high up. Oh, there's a gap here. It's in the clouds. Yeah, this is way too high. Maybe I'm gonna have to do it lower so that you can at least see from the bridge there's something going on there. And then this rock could be, this one could be shaped a bit better. There's a plateau here. A really awkward plateau. Yeah, that was just me quitting designing mountains. Anyway, that's it for today. But yeah, this is what I'm trying to do, right? This is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to have this little route going through mountains and across the bridge, which should be, let's revert, which like should be somewhere here. And there's a little bridge that goes over the ravine, and then you continue through here to this side of the mountain. Yeah, this is why it should be lower. Maybe somewhere here. And you still have that epic view. Do you still have that epic view though? Yeah, I can lower this river actually. It's way too steep. And I should make it narrower so that I can have this nice bridge here. That's a nice road, look at that. Whoop! Yeah, if I put the whole thing lower, then it makes a bit more sense. I can punch some tunnels through here. Yeah, this could all be like naked rock, like this. All here. And I can finally do that passage by the hanging rock that I've seen so many times. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, anyway, as I said, that's it for today. Let's see. What is this? Sorry. What is going on here? What is going on in the chat? Okay, I'm done with Blender. Let me just answer to these questions in the chat or whatever. What does it say? Procedural node. Nice, got tired of it. Cooking up more ideas. Probably Godot annoyed him. That's what I heard. Yeah, Godot annoyed me. That's true. But on an unrelated note, I feel as if that just making a game from scratch is really fun. Yeah. Well, I wanted to finish the Godot game, but it's required, my ideas that I had required some more advanced Godot features that I got annoyed with. And then I was just like, man, I'm gonna wait for like a year and come back to it. Natke, would you be up to the thought of a bike? What kind of a bike? Why is time slow in your game? Time is slow? It's not slow. Unless OBS is stuttering. Very keen to see more of the game. Okay. Yeah. I hope I will be able to show. But you could also play the game. You know, but which game do you mean? Do you mean the space station game or? Oh look, and it's actually the Tetro. Which is super slidey and hard to drive. The wheels are so tiny. The sound is awful as well. Oh, 10 seconds late. Wow, it doesn't feel like that. I feel like I'm going super fast. Yeah, the problem is that this sound is actually the idle sound, which should only be audible now at idle, but not in high. That's why it sounds so weird. Yeah. By the way, I figured out in the meantime why my physics is so bad. Yeah. But anyway, that's a story for later dates. I wonder how it feels when you drive this on Monty. Where's Monty? Okay. Yeah, it's getting stuck. That's so funny. It's getting stuck to the pavement. Yeah, this is not the great the great track for this car. Anyway. Anyway, thank you for joining. I mean, Shakedown Rally, I came from Freya's raid a little while ago, but only caught a stream today. Oh. I see. A little while ago. Yeah. Let me remove this. Yeah, hope to well, I mean, yeah, as you can see, stuff is happening. New Monty's stuff. And also, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I shouldn't even be doing this. This is just more like brainstorming for what's the next thing in the next build. But today, I really should focus, not today, but I mean tomorrow, because I'm going to sleep now. I should focus on where are the things, these things. Re-exporting Monty with tree colliders, and then removing all these material tags. Use no call, building demo, yeah, fixing this height and stuff like that, and these two things, and then I can finally publish the build, which is going to include the of course, saving and loading the replay, which is one of the killer feature. If you go to the replay, you can now load Monty Puran. Okay, let's see. What is this? What is the Monty Puran? I forgot. Oh, by the way, I think I missed something when I'm doing the replay. You remember that I have this signature of Shakedown Replay? I actually forgot to check. I forgot to check on loading if I have this. Yeah, I should abandon if it's not the same. Yeah, and how does it actually work? Can you do a string compare? How do you do it in... is there a C++ way of comparing strings? But I would need to copy the string anyway, if I use std_string. But I think if I turn it into a string, right, the string is 24 bytes. That's more than 16 bytes. I think it's actually going to be a small string optimized. If header signature is, what about, can I just equal? I don't think so. No, that's not gonna work. Because this is just an array. Right? This means I'm comparing pointers. I would need to compare strings in a classic way. String compare, C++. 3 ways to compare strings. String struts inbuilt compare. Relationship operators. If you do, okay. Yeah, but then the problem is that strutsmp looks for the end of the syntax. Okay, return 0 if both strings. Yeah. What happens if... Where does it stop? Does it stop on the first one? Yeah, this one, it works with strings. I wonder if it's gonna warn me not to use this. Yeah, let's put this one first. With this. If not, return. File is not a Shakedown Rally replay. Strungp. Yeah, that's the one I was actually looking for. That's why I went into the... I remember there is one with the length. Return 0 if the strings match. What does that mean? It means I should flip them around. File is not a Shakedown Rally replay. Yeah. let's make sure that, yeah, there's a maximum of 16. Sturmkamp. So what do you say? So it returns 0. It returns 0 if the strings match. So if they're not 0, there it is. Yeah, this is far more legible. Oh yeah, and I should definitely add a message as well. I don't think I need a dot. Okay, let's try. Load. There it is, it works. No compatible. Okay, so if I wanted really to fuck something up, I could try to like go into bin replays. No, where it is. Replays, and I can say little test v2. No, let's make a text document. Replay. Bad. Let's call it corrupted. And let's rename it to SDR. I'm gonna open it as a text. Gonna write something. Okay, make sure that it's one something. And this was, I did bake a release. I did. Okay. I don't need a dot. You can just do if. Oh yeah, you can. I usually do not equals. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I did. Okay, let's try to load. I try to load test v2. It works. Try to load corrupted. File is not a Shakedown Rally replay. Perfect. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, I also did some changes. I did more changes than I should have. What is this? Oh yeah, sun direction. Sun direction now uses sun deer ending object as well. Now checking if the replay signature is correct. All right, so there it is. Okay. And Monty, well, I'm gonna wait until I do a proper redoing of Monty to submit this. Record is annoying. I should probably put record out of what do you call it? Get ignored. Okay, there we go. But maybe not equals is more clear. Yeah. You can just do if string pair because any number other than 0 will result in a true, and that is the error case. Yeah, I know it is, but I absolutely hate when ifs don't evaluate a bool. So that's why I also put null, like not equals null pointer everywhere. Like here. I don't know. I prefer being explicit. Okay. All right. Well, that's it for today. Thanks for joining. I did fix this problem. Where was it? Where was my... Oh yeah, I didn't even write it down. Check if file is Shakedown replay. Done. Okay. Cool. Well, there we go. I still have to do this thing and adding tree colliders. I'm gonna do that tomorrow. All right. So until next time. Maybe I won't even stream tomorrow until I finish everything and publish the build. So I don't know. I'll see. I actually want to. This is an unusual stream because most of it I was talking about the future and everything. But actually, in the I think from now on I might only be doing streams that are interesting enough. Like Monty, working on Monty is interesting enough, I think. Like at least the layouts, adding more stuff. But sometimes streams are not so interesting. So, and you know, I benefit from having a bit faster computer when I'm not when I'm not streaming. All right, so I'm just gonna not save. There we go. Okay, cool. Well, see you next time. Might be tomorrow, but I'm never sure. I am busy tomorrow, so I'll see. But I'll dedicate myself to fixing all this stuff before I do anything else. Yeah. So, good night. Thanks for being here. Bye. That was the 100th stream, everybody. 100th stream. And there we go. We did some Monty today, which I announced with this beautiful image. All right. And there was a Mr. Cobalt. Yes, this remind the function does not return a boolean to indicate match, but an integer indicated relative ordering of the arguments. Relative ordering of the arguments. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, see you around. Good night.